Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth, wherever you are connected to us from. This is Dr. Amrita Sharma welcoming you all to the episode of Ayurveda Special. Today's episode is on Ayurveda, where we are going to move from one country to another with our distinguished speakers who are Ayurveda experts, and they'll be sharing their experiences and expertise in the field of Ayurveda, and a lot more to come. Before we start, let's begin with the mantra. I'll be chanting Gayatri mantra. You can hold any as you like. Let's join our hands together. Om. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। With these beautiful notes of Gayatri Mantra, let's begin today's session. And I would like to invite Professor Ish Sharma, who is the Ayurveda episode producer as well as the host of today's episode. Global Namaste, Professor Ish Sharma.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita.
Professor Ish Sharma is on Ayurveda chair presently at Mauritius, and we are very glad to have our distinguished guests and dignitaries from the field of Ayurveda who will be talking about the realm and knowledge of Ayurveda. And before we start with the session with our guests, let me have a short introduction of Professor Ish Sharma. Professor Ish Sharma is from a traditional Vaidya family. He did his post-graduation and doctorate in Ayurveda from the National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. He has a special knack for lifestyle disorders and conducted many clinical trials against diabetes, autoimmune disorders, and nervous system diseases. He is a global figure in Ayurveda with 15 years of experience in Ayurveda education, delivery, training, patient care, tourism in EU and ASEAN countries. As a Panchakarma clinician, he witnessed many marvelous results in most refractive patients. He has authored 4 books, 20 peer-reviewed medical research articles, headed Babake Ayurvedic Medical College in Punjab, served as controller of examinations at Guru Ravidas Ayurveda University, and for 2 years, and currently serving as an academic chair in Ayurveda medicine in the University of Mauritius. That's a great way moving ahead, Professor Ish, and I'm glad to have you with me to host today's session. And yes, please share your words and thoughts for today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita, for kind words. And am I the first speaker as well, or I just set the tempo?
No, we are the first
speaker.
We are going to move to Germany with Dr. Priyanka as the first speaker. Okay.
So this is a very, very relevant topic where we are roping in the experts in real time from their respective places where they have worked on the ground level and grassroots level, and they know what are the problems, where are the bottlenecks, why are they unable to establish Ayurveda or like mainstream Ayurveda. So this is a right platform to pitch those ideas, because somewhere someone is listening, and we as a team can surely, forward those ideas, pitch those ideas to relevant officers, ministries, and you never know, anything can click anytime.
True.
So, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has updated 4 or 5 months back that Ayurveda mainstreaming is in very close discussion with 30 countries. There are 30 new countries which will soon be mainstreaming Ayurveda, and we are brand ambassadors, each one of us. So this is a give back time for all of us. We owe a big responsibility like whatever Ayurveda has given to us, now we
Yes.
have to see like what can we, how can we pay back? How can we motivate the new generation? Dr. Amrita?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, and that is very true. And therefore, we are moving in today's episode from one continent to another continent as well to discuss and know about the thoughts of people who have been practicing Ayurveda. And now I would like to invite our first guest, Dr. Priyanka Chorge. And before her talk begins, I would like to have an introduction. Dr. Priyanka Chorge is an Ayurvedic physician, educator, speaker, practicing in Germany, Hamburg. She is founder of Ayurveda Hamburg. She is a consultant physician in different countries like Austria, Slovenia, and Netherlands. Nice. Dr. Chorge is an Ayurvedic teaching faculty in the Medical University of Graz, Austria. She is one of the board members of IFAD and the Indian Association of Ayurveda Doctors. She is a member of research project on Indian Ayurvedic alchemy. Her ongoing project is translational work of Rasratna Samuchay in the University of Hamburg. That's very nice, and it's an informative and a very good, impressive introduction. Global Namaste, Dr. Priyanka, and good afternoon.
Yeah.
If you are in India presently, where are you?
I'm right now in Pune.
Okay, so good evening to you from there. So,
Yes.
what are your thoughts on today's program, and what have you lined up for us today?
First of all, global namaste to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Amrita, for a nice introduction. Thank you, Dr. Ish Sharma ji, for a great words on Ayurveda and about the global globalization of Ayurveda, actually. Yes, today I've come with a topic that is food as medicine for the neurological disorders, where we consider it's a broad spectrum, actually, where in Ayurveda we say as Vata Vyadhi, but to be more specific, which is because when it comes to Vata Vyadhi, it can also be related with the stomach or digestion. So here I'm going more into the neurological disorders. And I'll be talking more on this theme, just putting a bit of light, because anyways, we have just 10 to 15 minutes. So to cover up, I'll just try to put in short as much as and precise as possible. Yes.
Okay.
So shall I share my screen?
Yes, please share your screen.
Okay.
And I would like to remind our viewers, meanwhile, that you can view us live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and many other channel partners, along with our own website. So before we move to Dr. Priyanka, and yes.
Am I visible? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Food as a medicine in neurological disorders, which is one of the very beautiful topics and important topics as well. Over to you, Dr.
Okay.
Priyanka.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. So today our topic is food as medicine in neurological disorders. You already know that I'm based in Germany, and it came to the why did I take food as medicine is because yes, when we practice in Germany or apart from when you're away from India, we have certain limitations, and then we realize, okay, what is the thing? Because you can see Ayurveda in everything. You can find Ayurveda principles, or you can apply Ayurveda principles anywhere and everywhere. And that's how it came that, okay, food is the main thing that we have to think about. So when we say neurological diseases, here, when we say Vata Vyadhi, it is a broad spectrum. But when we go a little bit more closer, so what is neurological disorders? Is like any disorder of the nervous system, or a structural or biochemical or electrical abnormalities related to our nerves. So when we think from this, now how does Ayurveda look at it? Now, when we put all this definition, we get it on Wikipedia or Google, and every one of us will be knowing it. So when we think from Ayurvedic perspective, I'll not go more into details about what is Ayurveda. Every one of you must be knowing it. But the basic main principles which we think when we go for diagnosis or when we go for application of Ayurveda for Vata Vyadi, these are few of the principles which we actually think about or we have to consider them. So out of those will be like Pancha Mahabhutas, that is a 5 elements. One more is macrosm and microsm, that is Yatha Loke Tatha Dehe. What is there in the universe, the same thing is there in yourself. So you are a universe itself. You are a part of universe. Universe is in you and you are a part of universe. So we have to sometime correlate what is there outside and how we apply it. Then comes 3 doshas. Every one of us might be knowing it. These are the 3 humors, that is Vata, Pitta and Kapha. We have to also think about Agni because here we'll be considering food. So what is going to be the digestion? And the other 3 which comes as Saptadhatu, that is a 7 tissue layers if we go for more details, and then Prakruti, what your constitution will be. So now Pancha Mahabhutas, I think most of us might be knowing it. So that is like Akash means space, air, fire, water and earth. Now this basic principle, I come from a tradition of a Guru Vaidya Parampara where I am from the Panchabhautik Chikitsa. So we use these 5 elements for thinking, for the diagnosis, for the treatment, or even for application. For anything in Ayurveda, we think about these 5 elements. That is the reason I took this slide. I'll not go more in detail because it will be quite a lot. But these 5 elements, we have to always consider them as a basic, more basic to the Vata, Pitta and Kapha. So we know that energy of propulsion is Vata. Any movement, anything that will be Vata. When it gets converted, it is Pitta. And when it is like Sthira, at the position, to consider it, to just get frozen at one place, then it is cohesion, to attraction. That is with the Kapha. And now how these are made with the these 3 doshas are again made up of these 5 elements. So this is how I just try to show the application of the first 2 important principles, because when we go for diagnosis or even thinking wise, when you think, okay, which food should I choose? Then in which season does this come? So what is the, all these things we have to consider. So one more thing, when we think from Ayurvedic perspective, from the neurological diseases, is also what is the constitution of the person. Now, the constitution, that is the prakriti of the person, will be decided at the time of his birth. So though we cannot change the prakriti, but still what we can do is we can adjust our food according to our prakriti. So if a person itself is from the Vata prakriti, it is obvious that he is more tend to have the Vata diseases. That is the diseases which are made more with the air element. So in that case, he has to have something which is contradictory to that. So first is understanding your constitution from the perfect Vaidya who is in and around you. So when you understand your constitution, you get to know, okay, this is the thing that I should eat. Or if you're already suffering from a neurological disorder, you might be knowing it. You might have visited the Ayurvedic doctor, and then you can decide, okay, these are the things that I should consider. Now, tissues, or you might find some words in German as well, because I'll be teaching in German many a time. So, but just you can consider the main 2 words, first 2 words, that is dhatus or the tissues. So we all know that our body is made up of the 7 main dhatus, that is rasa, means when you think from blood plasma, or rakta, that is blood tissue, mausa, that is muscles or the fat or bones. Then nervous tissue, here majja has got different meaning, but mainly one meaning is also nervous tissue. And then comes a shukra, that means the reproductive tissue. Now, when we consider food, now the why I'm telling this one is like the food will be traveling in all this format, in all this way. So it is like the filters, from one filter to the next, then to the next. These things we should be considering when we think of eating food. So food has got so much of importance that what has to be taken, it has to be considered priorly, thought priorly. Now let's consider what is Vata Vyadi. So now this word Vata itself means air, and one meaning, one shloka in Madhav Nidan classical book, classic text is Vata Eva Vyadi, that is Vat itself is a disease. So now whether it is a normal or abnormality, now that again comes later. And or you can say that, okay, anything that is generated, that is created by Vata, that is called as Vata Vyadhi. Any disease which is created because of Vata or which has taken place, which is the major cause, that is Vata Vyadhi. So here we will be considering Vata Vyadhi only from the neurology point, not from the digestion. I'm not going into it's a very broad spectrum word. So we'll just have the main, what do you say, our concentration will be on few of the diseases, like that is like convulsions in where, or any muscular cramps you get, or any nervous related diseases. Those will be considered in the Vata Vyadhi. Now, when we think about neurological disorders, now this is just one graph which I had, where a percentage of the people in the world which will be suffering from neurological disease into day-to-day life. So this is the percentage, and we find that, okay, many people, they'll be either with the strokes, any kind of strokes, even simple headache can be considered as a Vata Vyadhi. Majorly, which we see is multiple sclerosis or Parkinson's, which we come across for the treatments, where, because these are the people who come towards Ayurveda, they might have gone through vigorous medications from the other pathies, and then they come to Ayurveda, and in that also we will be giving the treatment. But in this session, we will be discussing more about the food that should be taken by any of the people who are suffering, from these diseases. Now, when we say food as medicine, now let's come to the food. Like, I'll not go more detail of the word food, what all can be considered as food. There are many in Ayurveda or in Ashtanga Sangraha, this book, we get the proper division of types of food, what all can be intake, which way you're taking it, how you're chewing it, all these divisions are made. So food as medicine in itself is a very broad topic. So here, the 4 pillars, what we always consider is how you choose the food, what is the recipe, how you make it, how you combine it, and what is your plan. So this is how you will be thinking when you think food as a medicine. Now, in general, the diet that we always have is like you have a breakfast, then lunch, you have your snacks in between, or your dinner. Now, some ideal tips which should be always considered are, whenever you are going to have your any major meal, you should be remembering that at least whichever Prakriti, consider you do not know your Prakriti, let it be generalized. Until and unless you are really having some specific problem with the digestion, even if it is with the digestion as well, a small piece of ginger, 15 to 20 minutes before intake of your food, just a simple small piece, just a pinch, just take it, chew it, and then after 15-20 minutes have your meal. That is a very good digestive, it increases your digestive power and very nice for against all the 3 doshas. So it is going to keep your doshas into the balance. So let it be whichever Prakriti you are, okay? That is a constitution that you come from. If you're going to have a heavy food, then it is mandatory. It is better, you know that, okay, you're going for some marriage or some function where you might, you know that you will be having a food which you're not used to daily. Please think of taking a piece of ginger, chew it, or chew it and then have it with the warm water. And the dinner should always be an early dinner. The best part of being in Germany was whenever I never had to tell them that you have to have your dinner early, because it is in their culture that, okay, they have the dinner at 6 o'clock. It was that I was not used to it. And then slowly, even we got used to the thing that, okay, 6 to 7 is a dinner time and not after 7 or not after 8, which we tend to have it many a times in India. So when we think from nutrition, always the question comes from the people are like, what should I eat? When? How much? Now, we really need to take a consultation. It will be a long consultation where we have to check with everyone. Person to person, it will be different. So how much to eat? It is according to your constitution. When to eat, as I said, there are specific times. Main consideration is that, okay, when you are really hungry, don't just look at the time and have your food, but have your food with your hunger. Analyze, because you yourself can analyze how much your hunger is. And what to eat, yes, that we can just see ahead. The first thing is the order of eating. So consider that you're really hungry. Now I'm considering that, okay, yes, it is a meal time, peak meal time, and you are going to have your food. You have a plate in front of you. So you're going to have something with the madhura. Madhur means sweet. So that does not mean that you start something with something that which is sweet in taste, but which is sweet in the case of vipak. So the way it gets digested, something that is heavy to digest. Here you should consider that something that is heavy to digest. So it can be a bread. So in India, it can be chapati. In Germany, or in West, when we think of, it can be different kinds of bread, which are going to take more time to digest. Or you can think of rice. If you're having some noodles, you can think of noodles, because even that will be something more heavy to digest. Then comes amla, that means sour to taste. So sour in the sense here, you might have buttermilk. It is also possible that you're having some kind of pickles with you. So you will be making a mix with that and having it. Something that is salty comes the next, then will be pungent. So if you're from India, then okay, yeah, you will be having something spicy. So it should be in that amount, just a little amount. Then comes bitter taste, and then comes kashaya. Kashaya is something astringent, which will be having the pull in your neck, so in your throat region. And at the end, again, a little bit of sweet, so that you decrease the vata at the end, because of the akasha mahabhuta. So many a times, many people have this feeling that, okay, after having lunch or dinner, they feel like having it just something sweet. So yeah, that little bit sweet is okay, not the heavy dessert. It is that we should remember. Now, the 8 factors of nutrition, we have, I'll not go more into detail, but these things are to be considered, like what is the quality of the food, how you're preparing it, how you're combining it, quantity, from where it comes from, at what time you're taking it, and with what mind you're eating, and with which mind you're preparing. These 8 factors will also matter when you think food as medicine. There are really many people who we have cured with only with the food, because sometimes some medications were not available. And then we were like, okay, if these are the symptoms that we are having, how we can tackle it? Okay, let's have this first step, and this is how we consider it. Now, just one view is like, if you're from Vata Prakruti, that is from more with the air or more lean and thin kind of person, then go for the warm and oily food or the cooked one. A one with the Pitta can have something which is cold, and the one with the Kapha should have light and hot one. So that will actually give him the initiation to move on. We have to also consider the place here. So now when we think of food, what food, first of all, from where it comes from and where you actually stay. So how it is produced, so which the place, for example, I always tell, if you're in Germany and you don't think of going and having a food or oil, but they always ask me, which oil should I use? I said, okay, the oil which is produced in your own country is important. Though as an Indian, I'll say, yeah, you should be always having the groundnut oil, which is really nice, or a sesame oil, which is good. But is sesame really produced so much in Germany, or is groundnut really produced? No. What is produced is raps. So, okay, go for the raps oil, which is available for you, which is, or you can also think of the person who is from the Middle East countries. They can think of the olive oil, which is coming from those countries. So because you are from that constitution, you are born there. So that particular thing will be good for you. Because of globalization, we do get many things throughout the season, like whole year we have all the fruits available. We have watermelon available even in the winter time, but that does not mean that we eat watermelon in the winter. We should be having it only in the summer. So those things we have to really consider, where it is produced and where we are staying. Now, time. At what time? It means the time of the day. It also means the seasons. At what time of the year, what you're eating. So that right food at the right time is very important when you think food as a medicine. If you're just having it as a food, okay, you can just have anything at any time just for munching. But if you're thinking, no, I'm going to have it as a medicine and just keep myself healthy, remember, have food in the right time and also the right food in the right season. Just you change the country, you change the food. That is going to happen. Now, when we think from the neurological disorders or the Vata Vyadhi, then the question comes, okay, in the day-to-day life, we have many things. When I just go to a supermarket, what should I take? Which vegetable should I have? So here I considered amla as a vegetable. Sometimes, yeah, even in Europe, we do get amla, and you can have it just simple pickles. You can make it and keep it with you. Amla or the ash god. Different kind of pumpkins are available throughout the year. Then the ash god, or what we say Kushmanda, it is also that is very good for the neurological diseases. Or the white god, in India we say as Loki, that is also very nice, which decreases the vata. Moringa, which is quite easily available in the Asian stores, or zucchini, which is there throughout the year. That vegetable is nice. Or the pachak for the good digestion, because when you have a lot of vata or a lot of air, then you also need to consider how your digestion is. There, the dryness should not be increasing. So with all the above vegetables, we have seen that they are with the summer dosha. Now radish is mula, what we say. Now it's pachak. It is not with the it will be increasing your pitta at one level, but as a pachak you can have it at least once or twice a week. Now comes fruits. Now which fruit should I consider? So the regular availability will be of the avocados. You can have avocado or the grapes. They are really nice. From the classical text, we have this that, okay, the person suffering from the vata vyadhi should also go for the amla rasatmak. So that is with something with the sar. But that sarness should not be increasing your pitta, should not be increasing the heat in your body. And that is the reason dadima, that is pomegranates, are really very nice. You can have literally regularly or daily basis pomegranates if available. Yes, please go for it. One more fruit is called as falsa fruit, which is one of the types of the berries, and it is a little bit sour. Those berries are sour. So in the northern India, we get it quite often. And then blueberries, which are very regularly available in the German supermarkets, or I think in most of the western side, we do get blueberries. So those are good for the neurological diseases. Now cereals. When we consider for the cereals, now as we know that this year is considered as a millet year, the year of the millet, which varied millets which are good for health. Now ragi is one of the best millet which I feel for the pitta as well as vata vyadhi. Though it is shita, though it is cold from its potency, but still it is very nice for the person with a neurological disorder. For example, for the person with the Parkinson's. Parkinson's or with the brain hemorrhage, people suffering from strokes, that is paralysis, and because many times they have this brain hemorrhage because their heat has, or the pitta has increased, and which could have been the cause of the brain hemorrhage. So for those people,
sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Priyanka. Please wind up in next 5 minutes. We are running out of time.
Sure. I'll just do that. Yeah. So ragi is one of the good one, or the quinoa, which we get quite regularly. So that is one of the good cereals to have. Then there are a few lentils which I have just kept here. That is like moong dal, or the black lentils, or the red lentils. These are very nice ones. In the oil, I'll suggest, as I said, like the ones which are available in and around you, those ones you should be considering. And the ghee. So daily intake of ghee, morning or evening, 1 tablespoon of the ghee, which is like a tonic for your body, tonic for the nerves. That is the reason ghee should be considered regularly. Like. And the spices and the spices available in the kitchen, I've just made a small list here, like the cumin or the hing, the asafoetida. Those things are very good against the vata or the vata kapha. So depends on which disease you are suffering from. But this list is really very helpful, and it is used in our day-to-day life. When we prepare the food, now how the mental factor is, that we have to consider, with what thoughts you're preparing it and how you're eating it. These two factors, because stress or the thoughts are going to affect your health. So that is the reason with what mind you're eating, that plays a very major role. And when that's the reason we should always consider about the counseling. When the patient comes, we also counsel him about the way he should eat, how he should consider it, or after or before food, in what stress he was. Those things have to be thought about. One more thing, I've just made a list of 2 things which you should have, egal what we say, whatever you're suffering from, but daily intake of the linzar, that is linseeds. That is really very nice, even if you're from any kind of vatavati, that is degenerative diseases, or also from the neurological diseases. Some of the superfoods, I've just made a small list. That is, you can have chawanprash, or just hot water with the ginger, or warm milk with kurkuma, that is haldi. And the drugs which we use for the treatment, depending on the patient, it changes from the patient to patient. So these are the few drugs which you use quite often. And meditation, it helps a lot in the neurological disease. Even a 1 minute of meditation in the whole day, it really gives you a lot of relief. So this is the clinic where I practice. And yes, these are the Panchabhautik principle. So this was a short presentation which I've kept. So thank you.
That was really very lovely and beautiful to know about all this. A small insight into all the things, how neurological disorders can be prevented with the day-to-day life and simple things. And we have Professor Ish Sharma. Your opinion, sir?
Yeah, this was really wonderful, and many take-home messages for our audience who are not from Ayurveda. They know by these simple tips, because Kashyap, as the first pediatrician from Ayurveda, or maybe from the world, he did call food as Mahabhaishaj. That is, food is the biggest medicine. So surely no medicine can be as strong as the food can be, because the moment we were born, without fail we are eating and eating. We are happy, then we are eating. We are sad, then we are eating. It's a business meeting, then we are eating. So we are in a way enslaved by food, and more are suffering from overeating than from starvation, unfortunately. And Dr. Priyanka brought about a very important point. Do not eat by the wall clock. Look for your real hunger. If the whole world practices this, such a small practice, I believe most of the non-communicable diseases will be very well taken care of, Dr. Amrita.
Yes, very right, Professor Ish. And we have a question, quick question from Kushal Kumar, and he's asking, can you take dry ginger powder before food for digestion? As you mentioned about the ginger.
To be more specific, dry ginger powder, actually it can be taken, but if you're from the Pitta Prakruti, please try to avoid dry ginger powder before food. In that case, the normal ginger, just the wet ginger, a small piece, that should be good compared to the dry ginger, because that can increase your heat or the Pitta.
Okay, so because the dry ginger is already a very heating substance, and so it's preferably to take the wet ginger rather than dry ginger. Please stay around, and we would like to have your expert opinion on how Ayurveda is in Germany, and we'll be taking up our next guest. Thank you so much for your presentation. Global Namaste, Dr. Rajagopala.
Namaste to all. Namaste.
Welcome to Healing Our Earth, Ayurveda Special. And
thank you.
We are today discussing about the Ayurveda and its practices in different countries, and how Ayurveda has been practiced, what people believe. And before we take up his session, let me have a short introduction. Dr. Rajagopala Sri Krishna is a graduate from Coimbatore Ayurveda College, and postgraduate and doctorate studies he has done from Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar, India, in a specialized field of Kumar Bhritte, which is Ayurvedic pediatrics. He has more than 28 years of professional experience, with 18 years of exclusive teaching and research background at postgraduate level. He has 75 plus published articles to his credit, delivered lectures at many national and international conferences, and recently was selected as Ayurveda chair at NICM, Western Sydney University, Australia, by the Ministry of Ayush. Very nice. Since 2016, he is with All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, as an Estate Professor and Head of Department of Komaravritya. Welcoming you again. This is really a very impressive, and I'm glad to have you at our Healing of Our Earth platform. What have you lined up for us? And today's, what are your opinions for today, your thoughts for today? And then we have 10-15 minutes for your presentation, and then we can have chit chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. I hope I'm audible clearly to all.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. Can you make me to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Just a minute.
Yes. So we have Dr. Rajagopala from the Department of Ayurveda Pediatrics. Ayurveda Pediatrics is a branch of Ayurveda where we specially deal with the children and treat them on with Ayurvedic medicine and different treatments. Maybe we can have a presentation mode.
Yeah, it's in presentation mode.
Okay.
Already made it, and it's clear now.
Full screen mode.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, please.
Just a minute. I think there is some issue. Once again, I'm trying.
All right.
Is it full screen now?
I cannot see full screen by now. Presentation mode.
Yeah, in my screen, of course, it's fully visible.
Okay, don't worry. Go ahead, because we are
please go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know. Sorry. A global welcome to all and swagatam. Good evening from India. I am Dr. Rajagopal. As I have been introduced to you, I have been into Ayurveda pediatric practice since last 2 decades or plus, and exclusively into Ayurveda pediatric practice, presently at Delhi. As you all know, Ayurveda is the mother of healing sciences in the world. The first recorded document, what we get is Charaka Samhita, which is from Ayurveda only. And I'm not going to the details of all this technical or basic things. Ayurveda is the art and science of healthy living. That is what we say. It's not merely the science of life, it is art and science, both are there. We know Ashtanga Ayurveda. There are 8 specialty clinical branches in Ayurveda. As you know, the clinical specialties in the Western or the conventional medicine has come up in the last 100 years or so, whereas right from the period of medical education or medical science, Ayurveda was the first to say the clinical branches, including Bhuta Vidya. Bhuta Vidya is not mentioning of demonology or about demons and spirits. It is mostly of microbiology or microorganisms. One of the branch of this 8 branches is Kaumaravritya or pediatrics. Otherwise, it is known as Balaroga in simple words. The Prasuti Sriroga, gynecology and obstetrical part, some of the things are covered in Kaumaravritya, that is the obstetrical part, whereas the gynecological part is covered in Kaya Chikitsa or general medicine. If you see the texts of Ayurveda, ancient texts of Ayurveda, they are classified it into this way. I'll take few slides on activities of Ministry of Ayush, and you may surprise why I'm showing the photographs of previous Prime Ministers of India along with the present one. In the
Dr. Rajagopala, sorry to interrupt. Dr. Rajagopala, your presentation is not moving. Your slides are not moving.
It's moving at my end. Let me check once again. I'll stop and
yes, please stop and just
Yeah, I'll re-enter.
So that was a beautiful note. They were talking about the 8 Ayurveda aspects and how Ayurveda, the science of life, is linked with the bodies and the different subjects which are related with the core subjects of Ayurveda, in which one of the subject is the.
Can you see?
Could you move to the present slide? Could you move to the present slide of your where you?
He's asking question, Dr. Amrita. Dr. Rajagopal, we can see your screen. if you first maximize it. So if you look at the square on the top, if you click it, it will maximize. And then if it's not going on the auto right click, manually just click to the shift. So right now we are looking at Swagatam.
No, I'm in the 5th slide now. Once again, sorry. Let me once again enter into my full screen mode.
So it is not at your end that you should be seeing, it is on the main screen. It needs to propagate, okay? So share screen correctly on the PowerPoint and then maybe manually shift it if it's not auto shifting, okay?
It is being, yes, sir. I'm doing the same thing, but I don't know why it is not appearing at your end.
Well, we are in Zoom and it's all standard. So don't worry. In case if it's not, maybe we can just chit chat. It's obviously very important because you are a very senior person. So let's see.
Yes, sir. Now please move to the present slide. Click manually on the 6th slide.
Yeah, I'll go to it.
Yes. Thank you.
You are in the full screen mode?
We are on the Prime Minister's one. Go ahead. We're now moving over to you.
Fine. Okay. To go ahead with that, I have shown 3 prime ministers. The reason of showing 3 prime ministers photo is these 3 gentlemen, they contributed heavily to Indian system of medicine. It was P.V. Narasimha Rao's ministry which made a separate department of Indian system of medicine and homeopathy within Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It was Honorable Vajpayee who renamed the ministry name into Department of Ayush in 2003. And it was Honorable Narendra Modi ji who established the Ministry of Ayush. On the other hand, you can see one more photograph with the pagadi or Mysore Petha on his head. He was the first Ayush minister. And under his regime, the Ayush ministry has done a lot of progress. The present ministers are there, and we have one more credit to the ministry is secretary, head of the ministry, administrative head of the ministry is a person from Ayurveda itself. It is Professor, Dr. or rather Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji. So in 2014 onwards, we have the ministry with us, and this is the organization structure of the ministry. Ministry works on research, education, drug quality control, regulation, and many other things. There are about, this slide shows about the activities of the ministry. It's a whole. It works in a spherical mode with the establishment of Ayush chairs, WHO collaborations, and many. The activities of the ministry has led to the World Health Organization to establish Global Center for Traditional Medicine in India. It's a credit and it's a pride for us. If you want to know more about the ministerial activities, you can go to the website of ministry. And the education in Ayurveda, it is not like anybody can teach and anybody can practice. National Commission for Indian System of Medicine has come into existence, and this National Commission looks after the education, quality part of the education. These are the different institutes under the Ministry of Ayush, and you can see 4 or 5 institutes exclusively for Ayurveda, and rest of are for the other components of Ayush, that is homeopathy, naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and even newer one added is Sova Rigpa, that is the Tibetan medicine. As you know, Balo hi balam rashtrasya, the child or children of today are the strength of the nation tomorrow. That is why India is in limelight now, because younger population, working population is more in this part rather than any part of the world. Kaumarabhatya, as you know, have already been introduced. I'm not going to the details of this. It deals with the care of children. Of course, one of the ancient authors, he mentioned that it starts with conception. That is, fertilization, conception onwards till the care of children. Kumara, 16 years, up to that Kaumarabhatya covers. And if you see the education part of Kaumarabhatya or pediatrics, we have more than 210 colleges in India which are contributing to postgraduate education, there is specializations, of which 44 colleges offer PG, postgraduate degree of Doctor of Medicine in this particular specialty. In addition to that, we have got doctoral programs, we have got diploma in child health in Ayurveda, we have certificate in child health program in Ayurveda. These are the different programs under the heading of Kaumarabhatya specialization we are getting. Some of the institutions which offer the institutions of national importance are, one is in ITRA, this is at Jamnagar, from where I am the alumni of this college. The another institute is National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. This has become a deemed university today. And the third one is All India Institute of Ayurveda, where I'm working today. In addition to that, we have a non-conventional education system that is offered by Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapit, National Academy of Ayurveda, where Guru Shishya Parampara is followed. That means a scholar will go to a teacher, a qualified, of course, graduate Ayurveda doctor will go to a traditional practitioner, sit with him for a year or two and learn his expertise and propagate the particular specialty. This is also part of education. Coming to the research part of it, we have got 5 research councils for Ayush Ministry, of which Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences is dedicated to Ayurveda. It has got around 31 peripheral research centers plus research stations all over, spread all over India. And we have one specialty center in Nagpur which deals with mother and child care. That is for the children. Now coming to the Ashtanga Ayurveda and Kaumarabhati specific, if you see the modern medical science, as I said, all specializations are started 100 or so years ago. In 1553 was the beginning. A book of children. It was written by Thomas Farey, and it went on like that. But in India, the specialty started only in 1960s. Till then, it was taught under general medicine or in obstetrical sciences. We've got a lot of literatures available for Kaumarabhati or pediatrics. Classical books are available, contemporary books are available, and today we get a lot of translated English versions also. I would like to call your attention to one of the contemporary books, that is Occidental books, Arogya Kalpadruma. It's a book it has come from Kerala actually. It is in Malayalam originally. It is translated to English as well as Hindi today, and it is exclusively of pediatric disorders and management with Ayurveda. Now coming to the classification of age in pediatrics, as we see in the modern, we call them prenatal, natal, postnatal, and so on and so on. In the Ayurveda classical texts also, we get such classifications. We get classification based upon diet. We get classification based upon the development of the child also. That means the approach of ancient seers or sages were very much scientific. Children are special. This is the reason why, because when we go for research in research methodology, where we come across with vulnerable population, pregnancy, children, old age, they are all considered as vulnerable populations. Immunocompromised persons are considered as vulnerable population. So why children are vulnerable? That is also explained in Ayurveda classics as Kapha Pradhana, predominantly of Kapha dosha. Sukumarada, they are very tender. Asamparipurna dhatu. Dhatu is body tissues, and Asamparipurna means it is in the developing stage, not fully matured. Klesha asahishnuta. Klesha is actually physical, mental stress and strain. These things they cannot tolerate easily. They are dependent, that is paradhinata. Sarva anna anupas, they are not practiced to have every diet. Shadrasa or the 7, 6 or different tastes, they are not practiced to. They are more of madhura or sweet, they are a loving person. Alpakaya, small in size, and ajata vyanjana, maturity has not achieved. The same thing is mentioned by Medical Emergencies in Children book by Meherban Singh. He is again consider the same topics as mentioned in the classics. Now coming to another certain unique things, you may be surprised to hear that the concept of wetness or natural breast milk bank, it is mentioned in the texts of Ayurveda in the name of Dhatri. Dhatri means wetness, the lady who is appointed to feed the baby. Similarly, Kumara Dhara means male attendant to take care of the child. Kumaragar, the child nursery concept, it is there. Similar Krida Bhumi, the play area. Kridanaka, the toys. How the toys should be. It should be very colorful, big in size, not having sharp edges, variegated colors, and making pleasant sound or noise. These are all the various things mentioned in the classics. In the prenatal care, of course, the world now looking after Garbha Vijnana, that is care of the antenatal woman, Garbhini Paricharya. These things are very well explained. The Ayurveda says the pregnancy and childbirth should not be a matter of chance. It should be always a matter of choice. You can even it is mentioned that you can have a child of desired sex if you follow certain guidelines mentioned in the text. Solely textual reference. In the natal and newborn care area, Prasava Paricharya, the Sutika Paricharya, that means postpartum and care of the newborn. In the care of the newborn, a lot of things are mentioned like Jata Karma Samskara, immediate care of the newborn, personal hygiene and care, psychological care of the newborn, diet and nutritional care, Lehana Karma. Lehana Karma is something given for licking as an additional to the breastfeeding or feeding. Immunity and nootropics. Nootropic drugs are major rasayanas. My previous speaker has spoken about one or two of them. Suvarna Prashana or administration of gold. Then special social care like dress, clothing, ornaments, tonics for children, management of common and special illness. All these things are covered in Ayurveda Komorbidya Pediatrics. It is not that we have copied from the conventional thing. These are all available in the classical books of Ayurveda, which were written 1500 years before. Coming to another important thing is dentition. The World Health Organization today recognized that dentition indicates the maturity of the gut to digest or to assimilate the complex proteins. The same thing is mentioned in our texts also, not in the name of complex proteins, but it is said that breastfeeding should be withdrawn and weaning and top feeding or top introduction of semi-solids and solids to be started when the teeth cut take place. The specific explanation, specific type of diets are also explained. There are certain samskaras or certain ritual procedures where the child is socially introduced to the society. One is Namakarana, the naming ceremony, what type of name, how it should be, all those things are given. And very important is Surya Darshana and the Chandra Darshana, that is exposing the child to moonlight and exposing the child to sunlight. And third one is Devatagara, means exposing the child outside atmosphere. The vision of the child is not properly developed at the time of birth. Color vision is particularly. So if you are exposing the newborn baby to a bright light, there is every chance of getting damaged. The retina and eye vision gets damaged, every chance. To prevent it, it is said that they are not to be exposed to bright lights. Initially, you have to expose them to Chandra Darshana or mild lights, and then to the Surya Darshana, the bright daylight, and then you have to take the baby outside. This is taking place in a period of 1 to 2 months of age. Then Upaveshana, sitting of the child. You are not supposed to hold the child upright every time. The child, when he is able to sit by himself, that is by the age of say 6 to 8 months, Upaveshana or sitting is to be done. Introduction of solid foods is named as Annaprashana. The piercing of the ear, that is also considered to be one of the important protective mechanism for the child. Diet, nutrition, education, management of diseases, all these things are explained. See, with regards to education or schooling of the child, Ayurveda texts or pediatrics of Ayurveda says schooling should be started at the age of 6th to 7th year, not before that. General care, of course, a lot of general care guidelines are given here. Child psychology and related to part also explained in the books of Ayurveda pediatrics. This is one shloka I got from the book by Chanakya. That is Lalayet Panchavarshani Tadayet Dashavatsari Prapte to Shodashe Varshe Putram Mitravadacharit. The meaning is Lalayet Panchavarshani. Lalana means love and affection. Up to 5 years of age, the child should be assured with love and affection. Tadayet Dashavatsari. The next 10 years, that is 5 to 15 years of age, Tadayet, if required, use the rod. Spare the rod and spoil the child, to be remembered here. And if required, to inculcate good mannerism, to make your child a good gentleman, use punishment also if required. Prapte to Shodashe Varse. Once child reaches the age of 16 years, Putram Mitravadacharit. Even if your own child, treat him like a friend. This gives a broad idea about the child the psychology or development of mental aspects. Coming to the diet and nutrition of children, Stanya, breast milk is the very first thing from newborn to 6 months of age. Or Ayurveda says not 6 months, Ayurveda says up to teeth cut. When dentition starts, then you have to slowly withdraw from the breast milk. Substitute, if breast milk is not available, then you have to go for substitute milks like goat's milk, cow milk or other milks duly processed with certain herbs. Lehana and Prashana are mentioned, that is special nutritional care in addition to the breastfeeding. They are not prelactial foods. They are not substitute to the breastfeeding or nutrition. They are addition to the nutrition which gives or which bestow the child with the special immunological benefits. Normal diet is to be given to the child when child reaches the age of 1 year. Kshirada, that is exclusively on milk. Kshiranada, milk and semi-solids, and Annada, only on the semi-solids. This is how the Ayurveda says. And by the age of 1 year, the child should be eating whatever prepared in your kitchen. That is Shadrasopetahara, Shadrasahara. Normal diet is to be given. Coming to the weaning aspects, that is after teeth cut starts, then you have to slowly start giving semi-solids. Variety of semi-solid or variety of foods have been explained. Previous speaker has spoken about the millets. Millet-based weaning foods are widely available. Better is to prepare at home, and that has to be given. And it should not introduce all of a sudden. Gradual introduction is to be done. And by the age of 1 year, as I said, the kitchen is the feeding home for the child. Dentition, as I already covered, quality of teeth, when teeth cut takes place, how teeth cut takes place, is it painful, why it is less painful in girls. Such technical explanations are given. And one more important thing is when teeth cut takes place, certain diseases or certain health issues may come, like fever, diarrhea, cough and cold, vomiting and all. The local complaints may be there, hardness, redness, pain, swelling. The child may not take feeding properly for a couple of days. The treatment suggested here is swayamevopashamyanti. They will subside by themselves when the teeth cut complete, that eruption completes. That means when the teeth breaks the gum and comes up, there will be the complaint. Once it is over, the child will be perfectly normal. No specific treatment is required. Symptomatic treatment you can give. Coming to child care in general, as I already told, protective measures, general care, hygiene, clothes, beds, handling, toys, tonics, all those things are mentioned. Of course, the mentioning is appropriate to those days of the acharyas. Now we have to make suitable to the present circumstances. That is in our hands. Coming to the tonics, yes, tonics are required for children, childhood period, especially in infancy. The growth rate and the rate of growth and development is very high, and the tonics will boost up these things and strengthen the muscles. They are supplementary nutrition things. Important thing is that the tonics which are given should enhance the intelligence of the child. Coming to the diseases and management, there is no difference in adult and children. In reference to the pathology, pathogenesis, disease features or clinical presentations, complications and all, medicine principle of management is also almost similar. Only difference is in the dosage form and in the dose. Dosage form means what type of drug it should be, and dose is pediatric specific. Specific guidelines are also given for this. Coming to the diagnosis component, yes, it is a bit difficult in children because children cannot explain, or early childhood period, they cannot express their pain or their agony. It will be expressed in terms of certain body movements or cry. And the guidelines are given for this. What is required is knowledge of this, experience, skill, instruments and medicaments, and presence of mind. That is very important for general practice. Vishak, Dravya, Upasthata and Rogi. These four components are required for that. Vishak is physician, Dravya is medicaments, Upasthata is the helping or nursing staff, and Rogi, the patient himself. Of course, here children, of course, they will accept whatever you give, but other things are to be in your hand. It's an art. History taking is an art. Diagnosis is an art. Initially, you have to make friendship with the child. Once the child is your friend, everything will go easily. You have to take history, or you have to take note of the food and nutritional aspects, toilet practice, sleep pattern of the child, growth and development of the child, mood, behavior of the child, school performance, and injury prevention or safety aspects, how the child reacts to, disciplinary nature of the child, disease history and examination investigations comes later. The initial things, if you are to clear, then you can easily go for the other aspects. As I said, cry is the very important thing in early childhood period. Animal husbandry, again, animals cannot explain. Similar is the case with children also, but children can express with their cry, the nature of cry. The mother can understand the nature of the cry well, and a good pediatrician also can understand this by experience. Coming to neurobehavioral disorders, yes, children do have neurobehavioral, particularly in the adolescence time period. This is more pronounced. All of us, we do have behavioral problems at some point of time in our life. We should know where exactly it is. Similar is the case. Certain treatments of Ayurveda like Shirodhara, the Panchakarma component, Shirodhara, Shirobasti, Murdha Taila, these things are very helpful in managing behavioral problems in children. I do get a lot of patients with autism, a lot of children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorders and all. We do treat them with all these measures and we get good response. Now, it's certain general things. Ayurveda use plants and herbs, terrestrial, aquatic, whatever available in this world, metals and minerals to an available extent, animal products, marine products, everything. Ayurveda is not vegetarian, or Ayurveda is not vegan alone. Ayurveda uses everything, common plants to rare plants, poisonous plants to non-poisonous plants, metals, heavy metals to common minerals. Everything is used, but in prescribed dose, in the prescribed form. That is very important. Coming to the dosage forms, yes, except the injectables. Of course, injectables are also mentioned at one point of time, not in Ayurveda pediatrics, it is in toxicology component. Other all forms are used, the dosage forms are used. Routes of administration, every route of administration is mentioned in Ayurveda classics, internal, external, as well as parenteral route also. Coming to surgery aspects, yes, Chara Sutra is the special contribution of Ayurveda to the medical world. Sterilization, suturing techniques, bandages, casting, immobilization, instrumentation, diagnostic, everything is mentioned in the textbooks of Ayurveda, very rudimentary phase. Certain diseases like Parikartika, Niruddha Prakasha, Buddha Brahmsha, these are all very specific to children. Their management aspect is also mentioned, both medical as well as surgical. Coming to another important thing is Panchakarma. Yes, Panchakarma in general, it is contraindicated in children because when dhatu, tissues are not matured, you are not supposed to use strong procedures. But when disease-specific conditions are there, you can use these procedures like Purva Karma, Pradhana Karma, and Paschat Karma. We do use this in our routine practice. Preventive health, the preventive aspect of Ayurveda, of course, not only for pediatrics, it's Ayurveda in general. The Ahara Niyamas, the good eating practice, sleep, Brahmacharya, the sensory activities, Dinacharya, Rutucharya, daily regimes and seasonal regimes, Vyayama, the exercise, Sadvrata, the good conduct, which are missing nowadays, and the Rasayanas, the rejuvenatives. All these things can be practiced with the modifications in pediatric age. Early childhood period, as I said, up to the age of 5 years, this may not be a very rigorous one, but later definitely yes. Coming to the tonics, one of the tonics is Swarna Prashana, and we have a lot of research on Swarna Prashana too, and already Institute of Ayurveda has introduced one Swarna Prashana drops, and this is how it was done. And you can see one more picture in the middle where the rhizome of Vacha, Aporus calamus, it is inserted with the gold rod and it is rubbed and given to the children. In my clinical practice, what I have seen is the children exposed or administered with this Swarna Prashana, these Swarna Prashana altogether, any of these, their hospital exposure or exposure to opportunistic and seasonal infections is very, very minimum. They may not be super intelligent, but they will be definitely good in their activities. This is one more thing which, of course, from my department, we have developed in All India Institute of Ayurveda, that is Bala Raksha kit, a kit for children. During the COVID period, we had released one guideline for care of children with the help of Ministry of Ayush. And we had developed one kit which comprises of Chyawanprash, which comprises of Ayush Kwatha in syrup form, Samshamani Vati, and Anutaila. Of course, this is a tremendous success. And the success you can see here, this photograph is taken from Kaun Banega Crorepati, a quiz program of India. Amitabh Bachchan had asked the question of 6,40,000 rupees, Indian rupees. The question was this, about Bal Raksha. This is one of the events where we school children of a particular age group, we have distributed more than 1 lakh Bal Raksha kits all over India. And of course, it is an app was also developed in the name of Bal Raksha to collect the data, and it is available online through the Government of India Pharmacy IMPCL. That is available through Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jana Aushadhi Pariyojana within India. Going ahead with the Medhya Rasayanas, the intellect promoting drugs or nootropic drugs, we have got Shankhapushpi, we have got Brahmi. Certain photographs are also shown here. Mandukaparni, Centella Asiatica, ST Madhu, Glycylase agrabla. Many drugs are there. These drugs in prescribed dose with very much care and caution, we can practice in childhood period. And these are boon to children with neurobehavioral disorders and neurological disorders too. This is one of the photographs showing Shankhapushpi of South India and Shankhapushpi of North India, Indian part, Aparajita and Shankhapushpi difference. These are certain eating items or edible items, vegetables particularly. the dry fruits and the vegetables. One vegetable I have put a red cross. This is bimbi, we call in Sanskrit, and this is said to be not good for brain, but of course a very good tasty vegetable, not good for tender shoots as such. We cannot eat this. The rest of these vegetables, definitely they are good for the brain as well, nootropic in nature. But the best rasayanas, the best tonics for children are in plant origin, amalaki, that is Indian gooseberry, in animal origin, kshira and ghrita, that is milk and clarified butter or ghee, and in metals and minerals, gold or swarna. These are said to be the best rasayanas for children. Coming to my departmental success stories, you can see a photograph here. I am with my director as well as with the DG, Director General of World Health Organization. When he visited India last year, he visited our department and interacted with one of the cerebral palsy affected child. We do have a good number of patients of cerebral palsy with us. And on the other side, you can see two photographs of same child, different children, where a child who could not hold his neck after a course of treatment, yes, he could sit straight with neck up. On the other hand, a girl of about 5 to 6 years of age, her case was also same. Such success stories are many, and this is what Ayurveda pediatrics can offer to the world. Early management is essential to lessen the problems in this type of conditions. And for the parents also, positivity, education and counseling of the patients and support, mental support of the patient, this is also a very essential component. This is what we have learned, or rather I have learned from my 2 decades of pediatric practice. As Dr. Ish Sharma has told, this diet is the most important thing. Achara Rasayana is the diet of the mind, and this nowadays we are forgetting. Good moral behavior is required. A good number of such explanations are available, which can be inculcated in children right from very beginning. What we know is very less. This is the words of Charaka, Pratyaksham Alpam Anarpamya Pratyaksham. What is known is very less and unknown is very more. So calling Ayurveda pseudoscience, calling Ayurveda is very rudimentary, and other things are not accepted because we don't know much about it. And to further, Sushruta, another Acharya, another celebrity of surgery, has told that Ekam Shastra Madhyana, knowing one subject is not sufficient. You should have a wide range of subject to knowledge. That will make you more perfect. And no gift is greater than the gift of life. This is the gift of India to the world, that is International Day of Yoga. And now we are coming with it is National Ayurveda Day we have written, but it is being celebrated internationally. I hope this platform again will have this International Ayurveda Day also celebrated. And yes, the scope is very high. Our Prime Minister, who was very much supportive of traditional medicines, he has told a new era of traditional medicine has started all over the world. Jagat Teva Manaushadam, and Jagat is no limitation for practice of traditional medicines. I'm very much thankful to Ayurveda Special program of Healing Our Earth, very specifically to Mr. Neil Kumar for inviting me, Amrita Sharma and Ish Sharma for organizing this, and Professor Shantala Priyadarshini, Chair Latvia, Aish Chair in Latvia, for introducing me to this group. Thank you very much for hearing. I'm open for all questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was really very wonderful and very insightful, as well as very informative, Dr. Rajagopal. And this has given up a very good idea to all our viewers about Ayurveda and how Ayurveda is being practiced and how the versatility of Ayurveda goes in every age group. What's your take, Dr. Professor Ish Sharma?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajagopal. That was really pediatrics encapsulated. We revisited everything. A fresh listener might not have to study bulky books, and there were so many very simplified take-home messages, and you also exposed us all and to countless listeners what Ayurveda pediatrics can offer. And this is really, we very strongly believe Ayurveda pediatrics is a very, very powerful tool, and the world only has to reckon with this and has to come to the terms, the sooner the better, because unfortunately, when a child is suffering from autism and the parents wish to go for the second child, there is a 25 times risk the second child to be autistic. That is where a planned pregnancy for the couple is very much mandatory. Coming to autism, the cultures which are consuming Haridra are reporting 1/4 autism prevalence as compared to the cultures which do not consume Haridra, as simple as that. So Ayurveda is all potential, and this Ayurveda and yoga are India's gift to the world, as reiterated by Honorable Prime Minister a couple of times. So surely this is our duty to tell the world what Ayurveda is, where does it come from, and you just cannot be like counting it down that okay, this was an old, some old storytelling, etc. This is very much living and kicking, and it is becoming more and more relevant with every passing day. So that was very, very informative, very exhaustive, intensive, extensive, Dr. Rajagopala, and I'm more than sure that the audience did benefit from it, Dr. Amrita.
Yes, yes, Professor Ish, this was very, very informative. And I would like to we have our founder and director, Dr. Neil Kumar. And yeah, Neilji, your comments, please.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Ish Sharma and Dr. Rajagopala. Wonderful presentation. We did have a lot of questions, but too much time went on there. But there is one question from Samantha in Manchester, Dr. Rajagopala. And she wants to know unequivocally, is it safe to practice Ayurveda or give Ayurvedic products to babies? And how safe is it?
I'm practicing Ayurveda right from newborn babies to the age of 16 to 18 years for the last 20 to 25 years. With, as I mentioned, with all those medicaments and all those dosage forms available in India. I do have patients from Western European countries too. And okay, only one thing is you should be very cautious when selecting the drugs and the dosage, fixing the dose. In the prescribed dose for a prescribed time period with the prescribed anupana or adjuvants with that, it is very safe to practice. There is no harm at all.
Thank you, Dr. Rajagopala. Samantha, if you are listening still, it is safe for babies, but do consult a qualified Ayurveda practitioner. Thank you, Dr. Rajagopala. Amrita, Ish, it's all yours now. We move to Mauritius and let us know more about it. And Dr. Rajagopala, you're part of healing our earth now permanently. Thank you.
Thank you, Neilji. Dr. Rajagopala, thank you so much. Please stay around with us because we are going to have a very informative chit chat and a very important discussion on how Ayurveda is working worldwide. And so we would definitely appreciate your inputs on that. Please stay around. And now from India, we move to Mauritius with Professor Ish Sharma, who will be sharing with us his thoughts on Ayurveda and how Ayurveda is flourishing on Mauritius and what all is new going on in Mauritius. Over to you, Dr. Ish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita. And I do not have any slides to show, so we'll just be having some casual discussion, which we had earlier as well. And because audience could be new this time, so just to revisit what is the status of Ayurveda in Mauritius and what are we doing? Mauritius was having not a single person living before the year 1500. It was uninhabited. No one was living over here. There were ships passing from Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, and they were sometimes taking a halt at the island, maybe for a week or for a month or for 6 months. Then they would pass on to India, etc., China, when they were sailing in the years 1500, 1600. Slowly and slowly, first of all, the Dutch people started colonizing it. They started living. They started bringing laborers. They started plantation. Then the French came, which stayed for 105 years. And then the Britishers came, which stayed for 150 years. And the Britishers brought many Indians to Mauritius for working on sugarcane fields, and those were called indentured laborers, where they were brought in like ships full, and they used to work for 5 years, and then they were free. Then their contract was over. Then they could go back to India, or they could stay put in Mauritius. And most of them stayed in Mauritius. And that is why like 70% of the Mauritian population today is of Indian origin, which came to Mauritius in the years like 1800, 10, 20, 30, 40, like in early 19th century, around 5 lakhs of Indians came. It is an estimate. And so all the top positions in Mauritius now are owned by, are taken up by people of Indian origin. The Prime Minister, President, or most of the ministers, all top-notch officials, and Hindi is a very prominent language. When the indentured laborers came to Mauritius, they brought with them like Ramayana, Gita, and Ayurveda. Ayurveda was institutionalized, and it was approved in the year 1989. And since 1989, we are having like Ayurveda as an approved healthcare system. There are around 15, because it's a very, very small country. You call it a city or you call it a country. It's a small island. They call it a paradise island. And with a population of 1.1 million only, 11 lakhs is the population. And 2,000 square kilometers is the area. So it could be smaller than maybe Ludhiana or any big city, Jaipur. It's smaller than any big city of ours. And population is surely very, very small, just 1.1 million. It has got 15 Ayurveda doctors practicing, out of which 8 are in the government sector and 7 are in the private practice. And upon reaching here, now there has been a very significant study which tells when there is a population migration, then they are at a very compromised like a health situation. Because as Dr. Priyanka was telling, you should be eating what grows around you. You should not be going for imported fruits or imported vegetables, etc. When the populations migrate, like if we Google today, which ethnicity has got the highest diabetes in the world, it will be the Africans who migrated to USA. The Africans, the Negro population in USA. Because once you are uprooted from your native, from your aboriginal place, then you are away from that soil, that water, that environment, what your genes are tuned to. And then you are very prone to like countless diseases, especially non-communicable diseases. Coming to Mauritius, I observed that non-communicable diseases in Mauritius are 2 to 3 times the world average. If we take one example of obesity, then 73% Mauritian population is overweight or obese. Diabetes and pre-diabetics included 56%. So they are having like a huge prevalence of non-communicable diseases. I was very new to Mauritius, like I was around for 2 months only, and I happened to see Honorable Vice Prime Minister Ma'am, who's also the Education Minister. And I took my chance. I went to her and I gave her one idea that if we stay reactive, that is, we will be treating you when you are a diabetic. We'll be treating you when you are a hypertensive, or when you have a liver problem or kidney problem, or like out of thousands of non-communicable diseases, I suggested her being reactive will not work, because Ayurveda has already told Prameho Anushanginam, that is, non-communicable diseases is a one-way traffic. They only come, they do not go back. So we cannot be going ahead with the approach that, okay, why should I be careful? Once I become a diabetic, I'll go to the best doctor. Simple as that. That doesn't work. Prevention is not better than cure. Prevention is the only cure when it comes to non-communicable diseases. So she said, okay, what should be done? I said, ma'am, let's meet more formally, and I want to introduce Ayurveda and yoga to the primary school kids when they are into their habit forming years. We should teach them, we should tell them how to eat to begin with, because those are primary school kids. We cannot be talking very complex, subjects with them. We only have to tell them very simplistic tips about eating and just doing some yoga. I was surprised that within 3 months, the Mauritian Parliament approved the idea to include Ayush wellness program in the school curricula of primary school children. So this was followed by training 550 health educators. Like in India, we have physical trainers, we call PTIs, physical training instructors. Mauritius has got something called health educators and physical educators. HPE is a subject, health and physical education. There are 550 government teachers who teach HPE, health and physical education. I trained those 550 people in batches of 50 each over a 4-hour training, which included 1 hour of common yoga protocol and 3 hours of Ayurveda dietetics for primary school kids. Now, the Ministry of Education again sent me to inspect few schools. I went to 6 schools and I took a note. How are they transferring the information? It was heartening to see all the teachers are doing very fine. They are transmitting the information to students in real time, and students are very, very enthusiastic. They are changing their habits now. And the claim I made was, if this is practiced in toto, in real sense, then within 3 decades, the Mauritian average will be at par with the global average. So let's see what happens. So in introducing Ayurveda and yoga at the primary school curricula, I can say has been the biggest achievement of my life, where you could really make such an impact. Then Ayurveda took another height when a global first time in the world, a presidential palace, Rashtrapati Bhavan, is coming up with an Ayurvedic garden. The Rashtrapati Bhavan, the presidential palace, is not having, it's not calling it any medicinal garden or a medicinal corner or a herbal garden, because herbal medicinal can be owned by any culture, any country. But the title given to this 5,000 square meters of land is Ayurvedic garden. And His Excellency, the President, told me 2-3 times that my vision is, whenever any state guest is visiting me, whenever a president or a prime minister or a minister from any country is coming, I will take them around. I will show them the potential the herbs have got. And we came up with a unique idea. Like we have planted 57 species over 5,000 square meters in 30 planters, 30 beds. There are 30 beds where we planted 57 species, and only the name of the plant with a QR code. You take out your mobile, you scan the QR code, it would take you to the detailed information about that plant, what we have gathered and put on the website of the presidential palace. So it could be the first presidential palace, up to the best of my knowledge. It's not even in India, where an Ayurvedic garden is established in the name of Ayurveda. So this surely is a big boost, I believe, towards the globalization of Ayurveda. Then we could introduce, out of Ayush, Unani and Siddha were not approved in Mauritius. Other 3, Ayurveda, Yoga, and Homeopathy were approved, but SH, Siddha and SU, Siddha and Unani were not approved. And we ran around for this. And after India and Sri Lanka, Mauritius became the 3rd country in the world where all the 5 are approved now. And very soon they will be having a Siddha and Unani government doctors as well. Their MSR, the code of conduct and the rule book is being created, which will take time. And very soon we'll be having Siddha and Unani as mainstream, and there will be all the doctors coming from maybe everywhere and practicing Siddha and Unani in Mauritius. Now, Ayurveda has been approved in Mauritius for the last 34 years, since 1989. And in the last 34 years, Mauritius could not have Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of Mauritius, which is an essential document. When a country is approving Ayurveda, it has to have a referral document, a mandatory essential document called Pharmacopoeia. Like we have British Pharmacopoeia, we have Indian Pharmacopoeia for the Western medicines. We have U.S. Pharmacopoeia. Every country has got its own Pharmacopoeia. Ayurveda being approved in India, India has got Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of India. Now, I propose this idea to create an Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of Mauritius, for which, for a pilot study, I requested for a grant of 1 million MUR, which is like 2 million INR, we can equate something like that. The government of Mauritius has granted me this amount, and now we are starting with an ethnobotanical survey, which eventually will mature into, this will be the first step towards Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia of Mauritius. We have been doing like a lot regarding, because the sole mandate I'm given, the only duty I'm given by the government of India is to promote Ayurveda in Mauritius. I have delivered more than 40 television and radio talks on national television, promoting Ayurveda, like Ayurveda upon the commonest topics: Ayurveda and diet, Ayurveda and yoga, Ayurveda and skincare, diabetes, obesity, kidney, liver, commonest problems we are delivering. And there have been 40 plus talks of like 30 minutes each, which is a huge repository. And now we are coming up with the first Ayush training center in Mauritius, for which a very reputed government institute has given us some rooms at a campus, like 5 to 6 rooms have been given to us, including classroom, Panchakarma therapy rooms, kitchen, office, laboratory. 6 rooms we demanded, they gave us 6 rooms. And now we are developing it into the first Ayush training center in Mauritius. So we have also launched with the same institute Ayurveda dietetics module. We have devised some study modules. There are 2. One is called a certificate course in Ayurveda and yoga, and the other is Ayurveda dietetics, which will be having like a cooking classes as well. Because as we all have been talking, food surely is the strongest medicine, and we cannot heal or preserve health without food being correct. So yeah, these are like few updates regarding what is being done in Mauritius. Amrita, maybe if we have some questions, we can take up and interact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ish. That is really a wonderful job that you are doing at Mauritius, and the kind of things you have integrated in the country in regards of Ayurveda is also very nice. And I would also like to know, how did you celebrate the Yoga Day at Mauritius?
Yeah, Yoga Day is a protocol. It's a government protocol. We have to do it. So we are doing it every day, and every year. And His Excellency the President was the chief guest.
We have our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar. Mr. Neil, please, your comments.
Thank you, Professor Ish. You can still carry on what you were saying. Together with that, I would like to ask one question. Is Ayurveda part of the main national healthcare of the Mauritius government?
Yes, since 1989.
Wow, so that is wonderful. So that could be a good benchmark for all maybe the Indian Ocean and African countries at least. And are there many Ayurveda practices readily available in most of the parts of Mauritius?
As I was telling you, there are 15 Ayurveda doctors in Mauritius, 8 in the government sector, 7 in private. But they are not much trained with Panchakarma, for example. And for the same, we have brought up the first Ayush training center, where I have devised a plan, like a post-graduation certificate from the University of Mauritius, which is a 9 months program. And we will be training them. I will be training them upon Panchakarma. And very soon they'll be delivering all the Panchakarma therapies to the Mauritian population and to the tourists coming from various countries. Neil.
So effectively, there are also educational plans going on to increase the number of people who can actually practice Ayurveda and actually give advice. Is that right?
Very much right, yeah.
So I love that idea. Maybe Mauritius can be an island where people can come and have Ayurveda retreats, education, get integration from the local ministry, the education ministry, including the health ministry. I think it's fantastic work you are doing. We are very proud of you. And as agreed, I think we should roll this project out to Africa. Over to you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you.
Hi, Amrita, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. So I was asking you about the Yoga Day, how it has been celebrated. And I would like to know that in the Ayush training program that you have integrated, apart from diet and the program related with the general med module, in that yoga is also included?
Yoga is included, but this particular program, what we are coming up with is for Panchkarma training only. This is very intensive. The curriculum has been devised, approved by various boards, and now this will be intensive Panchkarma training. And because yoga, many are doing, there are many schools which are teaching yoga. Anyone who wants to practice yoga can very well do that. We have one yoga teacher from the government of India, from the Ministry of ICCR, and she is doing a fantastic job. So whenever we have we want someone to learn Ayurveda, we send them to our yoga teacher, and she is excellent at it, Amrita.
Could you tell our viewers what is Panchakarma and what all kind of training will be included in Panchakarma at your place? Thank you.
Panchakarma, because I can see most of us are from Ayurveda and they very well know what Panchakarma is. Simplifying it for the audience who is not from Ayurveda, as you take care of your car, you take your car for servicing like every 10,000 kilometers because you love your car, but maybe you do not love your body that much as you love your car. So this is a tool, this is a machine which requires some repair, some periodic maintenance. And this periodic maintenance protocol is given only and only by Ayurveda, and it cannot be duplicated by any other wisdom from the world. So this is very, very emphatic, no doubt about it. We have seen miraculous results in various difficult health conditions, ranging from like A to Z, as you were reading out during my resume or my bio sketch. So Panchkarma, I can only tell for the general audience, it is a kind of periodic detox which can be given to you for health preservation, or it can be introduced as a treatment if you have got, unfortunately, one health condition or the other. So Panchkarma is a tool which can be used against any and every health condition, Amrita.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Ish, for such a wonderful discussion and throwing light on your activities that you are doing at Mauritius. And now from Mauritius, we move over to US, where we have our next guest speaker, Dr. Vandana. Global Namaste, Dr. Vandana, and welcome to the Healing Our Earth platform. And I would say good morning, and it's early morning, I guess so. Yes?
Yeah, it is not so early. It is around 10:30.
10:30. Okay, so very beautiful. Good morning to you.
Thank you.
And I would like to know more about you, but before, what are your thoughts on today's program, as well as what you have lined up for us? Thank you. And before you move, I would like to read a small introduction of Professor Vandana. Vandana Baramal is a BAMS MD in an Ayurvedic physician, educator, speaker, and published author of 2 Ayurveda books on women's health. She's the founder of Ayurveda Datri, which is the Women Wellness Solutions, founders and president, Ayurveda Association of OYO, a member of BOD at the Global Council for Ayurveda Research. Her strength is her in-depth knowledge of Ayurveda, which she loves to simplify and personalizes for everyone to practice. She's been practicing for more than 30 years and has expertise to her practice and listens with patience and guides with compassion. What a lovely note you have ended up with. That was a very sweet bio sketch of yours. So what you have lined up for us, Dr. Vandana, today? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. And I would like to thank Healing Our Earth, Neil Kumar, connecting me to this group, Dr. Shantala Priyadarshini. A very happy and good morning to everyone, and namaste. I am in Plain City, Ohio, and I have founded Ayurveda Association of Ohio, but I'm inspired by what Dr. Ish was sharing about Mauritius to share something about the history of Ayurveda in USA before I start talking about my topic today, which is Dincharya, Ayurvedic daily routine. So how Ayurveda came to the USA? Actually, the seeds were sown by Vivekananda, who came to speak in World Parliament of Religions. It was 1893, about a century. His talk, when he was speaking, he gave this new idea about the spirituality to the Western world. In Ayurveda, we look up at the body as a combination of mind, body, soul, and senses. And the Western world was not aware of or not connected to the idea of spirituality, and they very much connected to it. People got very curious, and about a century later, Maharshi Mahesh Yogi came to USA. It was about 1953, and he traveled extensively and influenced people. And three of his students, Dr. Robert Keith Wallace, who was actually a medical doctor, Dr. Deepak Chopra, who was also a medical doctor, and not the doctor, but the spiritual guru now, Ravi Shankar. Three of his students started working in spreading Ayurveda in USA. Deepak Chopra's book are highly influential for the American mind. People connected to it, and it became very popular. What Robert Keith Wallace did, he has founded the university, Maharshi Open University or something. Now it is called Maharshi University of Business Management. I didn't remember its initial name, but currently it is in Iowa, Fairfield, and it is called Maharshi University of Business Management. They offer one course on Ayurveda. Actually, it is one of the university recognized programs, MSc in Ayurveda. And most of the doctors are teachers who teach Ayurveda. There are doctors of medicine. I'm just trying to quickly summarize it before I move to my presentation, because how Ayurveda started in USA. So people oftentimes think, so this eventually and gradually, now we are here, many doctors have traveled, there are many schools. Ayurveda is still not recognized. Ayurveda is still, the schools, there is no regularizing body. The schools have kind of formed some credentialing and programs to regularize, but still the testing based on competency is still not there. There is a long way to go. But yes, we are very much spreading the word of Ayurveda here as well. So I would like to share my screen now. And today I'm going to talk about Ayurvedic Dinacharya. Dinacharya, actually, Ayurveda is ancient science and has been written in Sanskrit, the ancient language. Dinacharya means, Dina means day, and Charya, the regimen that we do. So it can be simply translated to mean daily routine, an Ayurvedic daily routine. So we all start our day. How Ayurvedic Dinacharya is unique and how it is different and what are the benefits. So before I start my talk, I would like to read this disclaimer that every information shared in this presentation is for educational purposes, and it should not be considered medical advice. If you want to make any changes, please check with your medical doctor first. Oops, I'm sorry. Oops, where did I go? Give me a second. I'm so sorry. So where has Ayurveda come from? To this word, I was sharing how it traveled and reached in America. Dr. Ish was sharing how it traveled and reached to Mauritius. But how Ayurveda has actually come to this earth. So if we read the Ayurvedic text, it says that Ayurveda is very ancient and it has been given to the mankind from gods. When they saw the mankind is suffering from diseases and their lifespan has become shortened, they gave this science to them to live a happy and healthy life, live a long life. Its origin is from India. We consider it a cultural and intellectual heritage of India. And modern scientists say that it is about 10,000 years old. What has kept Ayurveda alive till today? its efficacy, its acceptance, and availability of Ayurvedic herbs. Ayurvedic texts which we follow today are actually the documentation of the experiences of those sages. And someone was asking the question whether it is safe to practice for children. Ayurveda is safe to practice for children. Ayurveda is safe to practice during pregnancy. Ayurveda focuses not just on body and not just on this life. Ayurveda also focuses on our progeny. It is always toward advancement, how we can be better, how our life can be better. We can live this life, but what kind of progeny we are going to have? So Ayurveda considered food as medicine that mother eats, that father eats, and they create these sperms and ovums that Ayurveda says, Shukra and Shonit, which is actually the seed for the new generation. So at the time of conception, Ayurveda gives us Punsavankam, the science of healthy progeny or better conception. So Ayurveda is very safe, time-tested science. Ayurveda is not just therapeutic. It is not a medicine. Ayurveda is a way of life. And it is not just a way of life. It is a universal way of life because it says, Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande. It helps us connect to the universe. What we do, if we are connected to the universe, we feel more peace and calm and satisfaction in the life that we live. And this peace and calm and satisfaction is not related to getting a branded bag or going to a destination to travel or something like that. It is profound, and the depth to that calmness brings a quality to the life, adds fulfillment, happiness, satisfaction to the life, which cannot be achieved through worldly things. So Ayurveda helps us protect our health and live happily, staying connected to the universe. When someone falls sick, body is in a dynamic state. It gets influenced by so many things. So whenever a person gets sick, then the therapeutic aspect of Ayurveda is used. So primarily, Ayurveda is a preventative medicine. It helps us protect our health, and it gives in our hand two powerful tools. One is our routine, daily routine, which continuously followed becomes eventually the lifestyle. And the second powerful tool is food. What we eat is important, but Ayurveda takes this science one notch above and says that how our body digests is equally important. So the two powerful tools for this preventative aspect of health or to protect and maintain good health, have a long life, is living a healthy life, Ayurvedic life, which is simplified to everyday and food and eating habits. So this is not a generalized thing that every can follow. Everyone, Ayurveda looks up at each person as an individual. Each individual is unique, and what they do should be personalized to them. And this Ayurvedic routine, although the things that I'm sharing in this talk is general, but it should be practiced. Some of the things can be practiced, but some of the things, suppose someone is sick or someone have any questions, if they follow it with doubt, they do not get the same result if they do with confidence. So it is highly advisable to always consult your Ayurvedic practitioner, doctor, physician, whoever you can reach to. So what is this dincharya that is so important, that keeps us healthy, helps us maintain good health, gives us good body immunity, and there are many other benefits. So what is this? So dinacharya is what we do from waking up in the morning till the time we go to the bed. It is not only what we do, but how we do. And the most important thing is at what time of the day that we do, how we clock ourselves. And these practices, which have been tested through the time, are called dinacharya. And science, modern science, continues to prove Ayurveda right. In 2017, Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine was given to two scientists who actually discovered this, that there is a circadian rhythm at the molecular level. And this controls, this this is controlled by the functions are controlled by the biological clock. They showed that on the mimosa plant, touch me not plant, that in the daytime it is awake and all functions are done, and at the nighttime it sleeps. When the same plant is kept into a dark room where it could not recognize the night and day, still it continued to follow its inherent circadian rhythm of waking up in the staying awake and doing its metabolism actively in the daytime and sleeping in the nighttime. So you can see in this picture, when the day it is awake, doing its function, at the nighttime, it is kind of at sleep and rest, slowed down. The same is happening, although it has been kept in a dark room. So they established that there is a circadian rhythm that helps regularize the physiology, functions, metabolisms in all living beings. And that is what Ayurveda has recognized long back. And in Ayurveda, this routine has been simplified for everyone to practice by dividing at the level of the energetics. So what this energetics is, you might be looking up at here, Kapha, Pitta, and Vata. So what are these? Many of you, since you are in Ayurvedic talk, might be familiar with these terms like Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So what is this? In Ayurveda, we are taught, or Ayurveda teaches us, that everything in this universe, whether it is living or non-living, is made up of 5 elements. These are 5 pro-elements and not the elements that we study in periodic table. These elements are subtler than that. These are, we cannot see them, but we perceive them because of their qualities and action. This space, air, fire, water, and earth have their inherent qualities, and we are made up of that. And in a living body, they are present as energies that regulate or control or conduct all the physiological functions and the metabolism. And the energy of space and air is called Vata, energy of fire and water is called Pitta, and energy of earth and water is called Kapha. So they, according to their inherent qualities, perform some actions in our body. Vata, as you see, air is the principle of movement. All the actions are performed by Vata where there is a movement. When we eat food, our hand brings the food to our mouth. This is a movement. While I'm talking, I'm moving my hands. This is a movement. Or in our body, our heart is beating or blood is flowing. All these movements are regulated under the control of energy of Vata. And you see Kapha, it is the principle of earth and water. Earth is dominant energy here. Earth is the element of structure. So all the cells in our body, all the gross structures in our body, our systems, like bones, muscles, skin, everything that we can see as a structure is having the Kapha energy to that. And all the Pitta is the energy of digestion, metabolism, because the dominant energy is the fire element. So for any kind of transformation, we need this energy. So food that we eat is digested because of this digestive fire. The digested food, the essence, goes to our tissues, and there cellular metabolism happens. That in Ayurveda we call Dhatvagni. The digestive fire is called Jatragni, and at tissue metabolism, it is called Dhatvagni. So this energy is responsible for the functions of the body, and the same energy is present in the environment. You see, when the sun rises, the heat, even when it is a cloudy day, the sun is still there and energy does not diminishes. It is just that a curtain has come in between and we cannot see. So energy is still there. So when it is hot, we see the energy of Pitta. In the evening, when the sun sets, or in the early morning, when the sun is just rising, we see the energy of Vata. The same way, there is energy of Kapha late in the day before the noontime and late in the night before the midnight. So in a general way, this can be clocked to say that Kapha is in environment from in the morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. is the Kapha time. Kapha is the dominant energy. Again, in the evening, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. is the Kapha energy. The same way, Pitta, morning 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. is Pitta energy, and the nighttime 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. is Pitta energy. Same way, Vata, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and 2 a.m. to 6 p.m. And why we have to understand this? Because at that time, certain functions in our body, which are regulated by these energies, are more active, are more dominant. When we do our activities aligned to these energies, our body performs or stays in an optimal digestion, metabolism, or all kind of activities. And it helps us stay healthy, aligned with the nature. So what are these actually? So far, I was trying to explain to you and simplify for you to understand what it is, what is the principle behind it. Now, coming to what are these activities that we should do in the morning? So Ayurveda very much emphasizes and waking up early in the morning. You see how the birds, they wake up early in the morning, even before the sun is up. Many of you might have noticed, if you are waking up early and your windows are open, the chirping of the birds. So nature wakes up most of the time earlier than the humans. And nature, that is why you see, we don't see so many sick plants, sick animals, as many we see in our human beings. So waking up early is recommended by Ayurveda, and preferably before sunrise. And waking up early eventually also implies to going to the bed early. And to help us stay connected for our emotional stability, psychological health, if we wake up in the morning with a prayer, because this is the time when we are transitioning from sleep to wakefulness, our subconscious mind is still very much active. What we say now get registered in the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind subconsciously regulates the metabolism and functions of the body. So what we say at this moment get registered in our subconscious mind and kind of a regulator. So it is very important to say a prayer, connect to the divine, and feel that we are happy, we are worthy of this life, and do something useful, not just for self, but for everyone. And it brings, when we say it every day, it brings a sense of connectedness, sense of being useful and meaningful in this life. So beginning the day with the prayer is very much emphasized in Ayurveda. You can wake up anyways jolted by an alarm and just run to your bathroom. Or you can just wake up consciously, say a small prayer in your heart, thank God that this is a new day for you to live, and focus on the things that you have to do and how you can be happy in the things that you have. And that would be a wonderful way to start. It keeps you away from sadness, depression, and many other emotional problems. And then to just cleanse the aura, splash water on your face, brush, floss, and scrape your tongue. So this is the very Ayurvedic thing to do, the tongue scraping. That is also called Jihva Nirlekan. It helps not only clean the tongue, it stimulates our digestive tract and internal organs. It also helps us experience better taste in our food. There are many, many benefits to it. In most of the time, everybody talks about the dental health, but Ayurveda talks about the oral health, and tongue is one of the very important part of that. Drinking a glass of warm water. If you can drink a glass of warm water, if one can drink a glass of warm water within 15 to 20 minutes of waking up, it actually stimulates our GIT and helps in healthy bowel movement. So that is also very important. And one should not avoid when the urge presents. That is very important. Ayurveda says that there are subtle signals that our body gives in the form of urge to pass urine, or urge to pass wind, or urge to pass stool, or the hunger, thirst, sleep. These are the natural urges. We should never avoid them. These are the subtle signal of the body to yield to that, to maintain the healthy function and metabolism. Ayurveda says that if we avoid them, they have the potential to vitiate vata and they can cause diseases. Then after the bowel movements, gentle self-body massage with any oil or the dry brushing. This is something one should do after consulting their Ayurveda physician. Gentle self-body massage is part of daily routine, especially in winter. It helps balance vata. It brings good strength to the body. It is detoxifying. There are many benefits to it. Then simple practice of meditation and yoga, putting aside some time going for a walk, doing some exercises, simply stretching or something. Time for exercise according to the Ayurveda is in the morning, and then shower. Practicing in U.S.A, I have come across this common habit that people mostly take their shower in the nighttime. Ayurveda says that we should take shower in the morning time. Morning shower not is only cleansing, but it helps also stimulate and supports digestive fire. It helps us feel hungry and helps us digest our food better. When people take shower, it also gives them a chance to dress up nicely and say a prayer, which makes them feel pure and pious. That is a wonderful day to start their professional day. And then coming to the breakfast, it is a common thing all over the world, most of the places in the world, that everybody should have a large breakfast. You are starting your day, eat well. It is not so. Ayurveda is highly individualistic in its approach. It says that first see how hungry you are. Are you hungry? Only then you should eat. If you are very little hungry or just there is a little feeling of hunger, eat very lightly or just sip a warm tea. People who do not feel hungry can just sip on freshly made ginger tea. So it is not that everybody should eat a large breakfast. Eating breakfast should be a mindful thing. People who feel hungry should eat breakfast. Everybody have different kind of metabolism. People who have kapha more dominant in their body may not feel hungry. People who have pitta may feel hungry. And vata creates a kind of digestion and metabolism. Some days they may feel hungry, some days they may not. So being very mindful about it is very important. And then one can start the day. And once a teacher can teach, a person who works in office can go, or a mechanic who works, like anything that we do, take on that and do your work that the day demands. Just remember that noon is the lunch time. Ayurveda says that noon is the time when our digestive fire is optimal. What we eat, our body digest it better. So it helps in healthy digestive system, creating a healthy digestive system. When we are not hungry, our digestive fire is not optimal. This is a metaphor. Ayurveda is very metaphysical in its approach. It is not that there is a fire that we can see, but like I said in the beginning, it is by the qualities and the actions we perceive these things. So noontime is the time when sun is high up in the sky with its full strength. And the same way in our body, as the circadian rhythm is, the fire in our belly that we call digestive fire is strongest. When what we eat, our body digests it well. So this is the time that we should eat. There are certain guidelines to eating. One should eat mindfully, sit down in a pleasant and calm environment. Many people are driving, they order through drive-thrus and they eat and drive. Many people bring their lunch. Since pandemic, people have started working online. They just put their lunch in front of them and continue working on computer. Ayurveda says that these all things ruin our health, ruin our digestion. Food is something very important. Eating is kind of a sacred activity. We should sit down calmly, serve hot lunch, and eat mindfully from your senses. And then it is important from the evening to slow down, to have a better sleep. It is important to slow down from the evening. If we make plans for the next day, it helps us sleep calmly. Early dinner helps in that also because our metabolism slows down. Just wash your feet, do gentle massage, do deep breathing, meditation, and try to go to bed by 9:30. And then what are the benefits? I have been telling the benefits all through. And I also mentioned that daily routine changes with age, season, and place. It is highly individualistic thing. One should understand with the practitioner or Ayurveda doctor before creating their Ayurvedic routine if they have not already been following. Ayurvedic routine is cleansing, detoxifying. It is nourishing and it is nurturing. And it brings a discipline in life. It creates a pace that brings happiness and satisfaction. And on top of everything, it helps one in balancing the doshas. It also helps us live a long life because a healthy person have higher chances of living a healthy life. So with this, I will thank you and stop here. Thank you, everyone. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a sweet, sweet introduction of what we should eat, how we should live, and what all kind of connection. And that was more beautiful that you connected how Ayurveda and USA has been holding its journey all the way from the roots of how connectivity is there. And therefore, I have our co-host, Professor Ish Sharma. Professor Ish Sharma, please, your comments on Dr. Vandana's presentation and her thoughts. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you very much, Dr. Vandana. This was really very wholesome, very informative, and very simplistic. As Einstein once told, if you cannot simplify it, means you do not know it. So really, you did not use like many jargony words, and you were as simple like as anyone who's not from Ayurveda, who's not from like medical background, surely can learn a lot from your talk. And if we keep talking about it, food in particular, if everyone keeps talking about food, everyone will someday listen to us. Many people cannot process the idea in first go. So that should not deter us. We cannot stop there. And because food, I believe, is the first step of the ladder when it comes to like approving Ayurveda in various countries, including USA, then food can be a very nice start, which is less controversial, which is non-medicinal, less regulated. So that gives us a huge chance. And after being through so many like dietetic principles globally, when we study various sciences towards the dietetics, Ayurveda dietetics is the most wholesome, is the most justified, and someday we all have to realize this. See, World Health Organization came up with the first food plate in 1974, and since then they have changed it 6 times. Every 10-15 years they are coming up with another food idea: my pyramid, food pyramid, my plate, food triangle. You know, they are reshuffling the things, like the same 6 things, like water, carbs, protein, fats, minerals, and vitamins. You know, someday they are increasing this, decreasing that. Why are the food plates by the World Health Organization not working? Because they are not factoring in the individual. One size will not fit all what they have been trying. And that is where Ayurveda will sooner or later come into play. And Ayurveda food plate will be the real food plan, which will suit everyone, and which can be a bit more cumbersome, because it will not be one size fitting all. It will be one set of principles which will be applicable to all. And the second step can be where we factor in your individual prakriti. You are 1 out of 7 body types based upon tridosha. So maybe we can have very simplistic vata, pitta, kapha, prakriti deciphering, like some bullet points. You decide without even seeing an Ayurveda doctor, okay, my broad prakriti is vata, pitta, this is the food plate for me. I am more kapha, pitta, this is the food plate for me. Something like that has to come in sooner or later. Very informative, Dr. Vandana. Wonderful listening to you. And thank you, Amrita, for having my comments.
Thank you, Professor Ish. We have our senior resident panelist, Dr. Rajan Patnakar. Your comments, sir.
Can't say anything extra. So very nice presentation by all the 3 speakers. I'm listening right from first. And I listened Vandana ji for so many times. And she is so precise and so perfectionist in all his presentations. And this presentation was also excellent. He has covered all the things which are mentioned in our text. And in my opinion, as per the climatic conditions of those countries, she has well explained everything. So no need to add anything, but very well explained and very well presented also. Presentation is also a very good skill of her. I've seen her so many times. So presentation with her tips and about her audios, everything is excellent. So thank you. Thank you very much, Vandana ji. And thank you to all and global namaste to all.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. Please stay around. We need you and your guidance for better discussions. We have from Latvia, Dr. Shantala Priyadarshini. Shantala, ma'am, your comments and your thoughts upon today's discussion of Ayurveda, as well as your thoughts on how Ayurveda is being taken up in US and Mauritius. Over to you. Thank you. Kindly unmute, ma'am.
Yes. It was a very beautiful day, actually. We had very good speakers and it was good. So I go directly to what I need to speak. That would be better because it would be a longer.
Professor Priyadarshini,
yes,
it's not your session. This is an open session. Dr. Amrita meant that it's an open session. If you could switch off the presentation for a while, your session is after an hour. So we will be coming back.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I would like to know about your thoughts.
You put off my presentation.
Shantala, ma'am, we need to have your ideas about the practices that are taking place globally on the Ayurveda. Thank you.
First was Dr. Priyanka Chogre, and she being in Europe, I think we synchronize a lot because Europe and I'm in Europe. So we have a lot of changes that are happening due to weather and climate will be different. It is only 4 seasons in Latvia and Europe, and food habits and the change in dinacharya, rutcharya, everything is different. So her presentation was very good, and she has been doing very good work on neurological conditions. She's also associated with working on PD. So it was very good presentation. And then we had Dr. Rajagopalan. As usual, I have been hearing a lot of his talks, and he is very good at his subject. He has been doing immense work on pediatrics from before conception to later on up till 16 years. It was a very good presentation. He presented a lot of good information. So that was very good. And of course, Dr. Ish Sharma, as usual, he is very good in his talk, and he did tell us what he is going to do, what he has been doing. So that is the thing. And then we had one other very good presentation from U.S.A, Dr. Vandana. She is good for her lecture, and it was a very good talk that we got.
Dr. Shantala, we have our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar.
It's okay. It's okay, Dr. Amrita. Let her finish. Shantala ji, I want to ask you something, and sorry to interrupt you. Vandana ji mentioned about the order of food, and obviously listen to your body, as also did Professor Ish Sharma, and don't have to follow by the Western diet that says stuff yourself with big breakfast and light lunch and very less in the evening. Now, knowing the order of which food to eat first or something, what are your choices? Should the fruits be eaten first, or the salads in the morning, or the eggs, or the mashed potatoes, or the fries? What is the order that you believe in the morning one should eat?
In Ayurveda, we have one term known as satmya, which is the most important thing. That is what you are accustomed to all your life. So that should be going to dictate what you're going to eat. And that which has been very nicely told by Dr. Vandana, I think we should listen to what our body says. If you have never eaten eggs or fish or anything like that, it is better not to start anything new. So you need to start what you're used to, and gradually only you can start your millets or whatever. If you have never eaten millets all these days, then better to start that very slowly. So it again depends on what is your appetite, how good is your Agni. Then based on that, you need to decide what you have to have for breakfast. Does it explain?
There are many papers and there are many dietitians, and they say that first thing in the morning should be water, then maybe go and defecate yourself, and then maybe eat fruits, which are very good on empty stomach. And if you want to stuff your body with fruits and salad, which are very good because they're all water-based, which order would you select? Let's just stick to at the moment with water, which we all agree should be first thing in the morning, so your organs are hydrated. And then maybe fruits in the morning. And then, now normally you don't have salad for a breakfast. When should the salads be eaten? And I'm talking about rainbow.
Salads are not at all advised in Ayurveda because it is very heavy. So it is a new concept like eating salads. Raw food is like eating when your Agni is very good. So it is good to start salad, very little of it, not too much, and definitely not in the morning. So you want to lose a lot of weight and all that, then maybe fruits and salads should be more in your diet, but limited should be fine. The quantity should be limited, then it's all right. And before I can forget, I would like to say that I have been have met Dr. From Maharishi Ayurveda. He has been responsible to get the best from the biggest research grant for Ayurveda, and he is in Ohio in the university. You mentioned him. You remember Dr. Vandana?
Are you talking about Dr. Hari Sharma?
No. The Western doctor in Maharishi Institute. He was given Tulabara with gold by Maharishi. So, and he has got the best, biggest award, Tulabara with gold. So, he has been doing a lot of work on Ayurveda. The biggest awards that grants could get you, he has got it. And that is the thing that we should aim at. It was a very big group of research that he has been doing. I don't recall his name now, but you did mention him. You did mention him.
So I did mention 3 students of Mahesh Yogi. Actually, they were the pioneers to establish Ayurveda in U.S.A.
Keith Wallace. Yes, Keith Wallace. I have been fortunate to have been met with everybody of them that you have mentioned, except Dr. Deepak Chopra. And it was a great work that they have all been doing. It is not like how much breakfast you eat or how much you do, because breakfast is also individualized. You don't eat what you eat in India is not available, not advisable in Europe. It should be different. It should be based on your Agni and your Koshta. Does it explain, Mr. Neil, what you were asking for?
Can you define, because you're using Sanskrit and Hindi words, because the viewers are international, what do you mean by Agni? Because it's very important, the viewers in Philippines, Thailand, South Africa, they're all English. So let's nicely, crisply explain to them. Number one,
Agni is how powerful is your digestive system?
Number one, you have suggested go by the season of your country and what is available in your country. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very good.
Correct. And secondly, like how Dr. Vandana said, you don't have to stuff yourself heavily in the breakfast. If you wake up, you are hungry, then listen to your stomach and feed it likewise. But what should, for healthy eating, what should one feed first thing in the morning? I'm very specific, and I suggest when I train people to be very energetic, very powerful, and very happy, is eat the fruits with yogurt first so they can digest, because they digest quite fast. But what is your second choice? So now we move to Dr. Vandana over here, because he started with a presentation. Dr. Vandana, what are your choices? You are in USA, just assume that we are in a Western world. What ought we be starting apart from water in the morning?
So the first thing is looking about, not the first thing I would say, looking about the what people eat in America. The common breakfast in America, people go with cereals and milk. Their milk is directly taken out from the fridge and poured into the cereals, which is a processed food and sugary food, which is absolutely not done thing according to the Ayurveda. It is the kapha time of the day. Our digestive fire, our digestion, our appetite is not at the point where it can digest heavy food. And what is heavy food here? The food that is cold, the food that is sweet, and that food that is heavy in nature, that means amount and by its weight as well. And the cereal and milk is all that. Your question was about the fruits. Can we eat fruits in the morning? So it is, like Madam said, satmyata. If someone has always eaten fruits for breakfast in the morning, that is fine. But again, they need to be conscious about, mindful about whether they are hungry or not, because this digestion and metabolism, body is in a dynamic state. Every day is not same. It changes through the season, how our sleep is, how we are feeling. Everything affects. So how we are that day, according to that, we should eat. According to the Ayurveda, if you say fruits in the morning, according to the Ayurveda, it is the time to serve something light, cooked and warm. That would be the ideal breakfast. Second thing about the fruits is, during summer, it is okay to eat fruits in the morning or any time in the day. But through all the seasons, fruits are best eaten in the noontime after lunch. One thing you mentioned, that to eat fruits and yogurts for breakfast, according to the Ayurveda, it is wrong combination of the food. Yogurts are heavy to digest and they are abhishyandi. That means they not only take time, but the body takes time to cleanse them from the system. They have the tendency to stay longer in the channels after the digestion as well. Fruits and yogurt should not be eaten together because both are heavy to digest. Fruits have more fiber, which is earth element. They have more water, which is again makes it like opposite principle. Water extinguishes the fire. Digestion is a metaphor of fire that is digesting our food. So fruits are heavy to digest. One should not eat fruits combined with yogurt for breakfast in the morning. Coming to the salads, which is actually a common lunch in Western world. I'm not familiar with the Europe, but in America, most of the people, they just serve themselves lunch, which are vegetables, fruits, some nuts with seasoning, and some meat. People think this is the breakfast. And according to Ayurveda, vegetables are better served cooked. Meat should be served cooked. And spices. Spices are not only for taste, they are like kind of powerhouse, a science that adds to the digestion. So it is okay to eat salad during the summer, but not through all the seasons.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have to contradict you, but breakfast of yogurt and fruits is not a good combination or an ideal breakfast for the morning.
Thank you, Dr. Vanna. Now we've got Dr. Rajagopala who is making comments. So if you could unmute yourself, please. Go ahead, please.
I totally agree with Vaidya Vandana ji. It's a Viruddha combination. Vidahi, Abhishyandi and Kapha Karaka increases the kapha in the body. That is the yogurt and curd, what we call. And sweet and amla rasa, sour taste, mixing together is Viruddha. And in skin diseases, if you administer this, it is 100% sure that the conditions will aggravate because of the Vidahi, Abhishyandi combinations. So in the morning, actually Ayurveda says the Brahmana Kala. Anything which nourishes the body, that has to be taken in empty stomach in the morning. Said to be Agni is good at that time. But what I prefer is to have something warm first in the morning, because it increases the peristaltic movement and it helps in bowel evacuation as well as giving freshness to the body. So anything that is good in the warm category. It can be a green tea, coffee, but though Ayurveda do not agree with this, some kashayas or some decoctions, they are good to be taken first in the morning, followed by a good breakfast, should be warm.
And so what is a breakfast for you? That's what we are trying to establish. You say something warm. What is a breakfast for you?
In India, of course, the Southern Indian breakfast is said to be the more nutritious and best in terms of nutritional values, food values, as well as good for the stomach. That is idli, dosa, upma, and such things. Because North Indian foods are more of oil. Of course, Western part, if you go Western India, Kolkata side and all, you go there again, it is more of oil and other things.
Thank you. So Dr. Rajagopala is saying those who are enjoying South Indian food, which is taking a trend, stuff yourself with dosa and masala and idli and sambar.
No, sir, not masala dosa. I'm talking of plain dosa. Masala again is not the ideal one.
So he is very clear. Don't make it tasty, just make it plain, and you can eat that in the morning. So idli sambar is okay?
Yes, wherever it is possible.
Okay.
See, two things are to be seen, Desha and Kala. And so many things which are practiced in India may not be in the Western or may not be in other parts of the world. So whatever suitable there, suiting to the Desha as well as to the Kala to be taken. Something is there called as Oka Satmya, or it becomes habitualized. In a limited quantity, the habitualized things can be taken, provided it is not interfering with the health conditions.
Thank you, Dr. Rajagopala. Professor Ish Sharma, what are your choices of breakfast in the morning in Mauritius? Your sound, can you connect your sound again, please? Let's mute you, and if you could unmute now, please. Yes.
Yeah. Mauritians are not the best at eating. I hope there is no Mauritian on this talk right now. So they take one unfortunate thing is with every meal they will be drinking 1 liter of soft drink like Pepsi or Coca-Cola with every meal, you know, and so that is where we have to educate them. And as there goes a saying like yogi, bhogi and rogi. Yogi would be eating once a day. Bhogi, a worldly person like me, an average person, would be eating twice a day. And I do eat like 10 a.m., 6 p.m. And Rogi will be eating thrice a day. So your breakfast can be, as very rightly enlightened by all the stalwarts, that where are you coming from, what is your body type, your mind type, what is available to you, etc., your Agni, your conditions, you know, you have to factor all of them in. What is your Satmya? That is what you have been doing all through generations. What makes you comfortable, light after eating, you feel more energetic, your stomach doesn't seem to exist. Any organ, if it can draw your attention, that means that organ is unhealthy. You know, if you feel, okay, I have a stomach, and which is, it means your stomach is drawing your attention. So any organ drawing your attention is an indication of that not being healthy. So I believe if you can, and many people upfront reject the idea. If I tell them, okay, you have been tuned to, you have been conditioned to eating 3 times a day, and the third meal is always for the doctors, for the survival of the doctors. It's not for, it's your social service that you want doctors to survive. And so you're eating your third meal. And unfortunately, if that is the heaviest, when I went to the schools, I was asking the primary school kids, which is your heaviest meal out of the 3? And 80 to 90% kids were telling, like they were aged like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, dinner was their heaviest meal. So I told them, you surely this is just reverse. So go and tell your mom and surely this is how the culture would change, the families would change, the society would change. So I believe if we can somehow recondition, if we can reset our circadian clock to somewhere like around like 10 a.m., 10ish and 6ish, then that will be the most ideal. And that too, where your first meal has to be heavier than your second meal, that already becomes a very popular vogue culture these days, what we call 8 hour, 16-hour intermittent fasting. So overeating on when you are not hungry, or eating by clock, is the biggest mistake we can make. And we witness more are dying of overeating than from starvation. We all are dying of overeating. Unfortunately, the food is available to us and we are eating and eating. So we have to reduce. We can practice intermittent fasting with every meal. If you bring your every meal down by like 25%, what as told by Ayurveda Vratrai, if you can reduce your calorie intake, if your foods are like less calorie intense, we are going to be healthier at mind and at body. Yes, Neilji.
Thank you, Professor Ish Sharma. So Professor recommends try to see if you can manage with 2 meals, preferably between 9, 10, or 11, and then between 5, 6, 7, depending which country and what sun sets in your country. Then you've got good chance of becoming healthy and maybe have a slimmer, toner body. Let's go to Germany, Professor. We've got 2 people from Germany, Hema Malini, who is already in Germany, and Priyanka, who is in India, but actually practices in Germany. What is the German fashion for breakfast, and what do you feel your choice would be? Over. Prophet,
Yeah.
Dr. Priyanka.
Yeah, in Germany, the breakfast is a kind of very much European breakfast, that they have bread in the morning, or some of them are like they have cereals, that is oats, half-fed, what they say, oats with water, or if they're vegan, they go for water, and if they're not vegan, then they go either for the milk. The typical, even in the schools, what the kids bring in the schools is like the bread with either some salad or the egg in it, and then they have a mid-meal, that is in and around 12 to 1 they have their meal, and in the evening by 6 o'clock they have their dinner. In between the snacks, now this is, I'm just telling the daily regime how they follow it. In between, they try to avoid the snacks in the morning session, but in the afternoon session, 4 o'clock is always a Kuchen side, that means the cake time. So 4 o'clock is always like it's traditionally said that they should be having a cake, a small piece of cake with a coffee, and that's how they invite the people also at that time, if they want to invite someone only for the casual talks. So now when we talk from the Ayurvedic point of view, like what is ideal? Now there are two views which can be contradictory to each other. One is like, as a tradition, how it was been followed from even in Maharashtra, how it was there before, is like they have the first meal will not be at around 8 o'clock or something. Now forget about the generation which I come from, but I'll just tell about one generation before, before how it was is they used to have the food at 10 o'clock. So at 10 o'clock in India, they used to, my parents, so they used to have chapati, or if they are going for work, they have their food like chapati and sabji, and then they go for work, and then when they come back, they have in between they used to have something quite light, like in and around 1 o'clock, if at all they're hungry, depends on the work that they do. That is, the profession matters a lot here. What kind of, their work is more sitting profession, then they used to eat less, and if it's hard work, then they can have in between. So as I said in before, like you should always listen to your body, how hungry you are. Instead of going with the time, go with your hunger. So now having fruits in early morning, fruits, let it be any fruit, consider I might say maybe avocado can be one of the exception for that, but most of the fruits are with the amla rasatmak. Even if they are very sweet to taste, at the end the vipaka, or at the end sometimes if you keep the fruit with the milk for longer time, you see that the fruit spills. So that is the reason a milkshake is always said to be no in any case. So that fruit is going to cause that amlata in your body. So when you're in the morning, when your hunger is quite strong, so you are going to have acha pitta, the word typical swacha pitta, what they say. And at the same time, if you take the fruit, empty stomach, if it's satmya, it's oak satmya, then it's a different story. But if not, then you might feel the heartburn or Zodbrennen, what they say in Germany. So that person is tend to have that. So it's good to have something warm, cooked food in the morning. But yeah, depends on your agni, and depends on your hunger, how strong it is. Quantity will be depending on that. considering India, even in India, different part of India is, I mean, India is a very big country, to be very specific. So southern India has a very different menu. The northern, we cannot say that what northern India has got is wrong, or what western has got is wrong, or what eastern. It's according to the weather, it is all set. So in southern India, where you have more of the coastal region, or even if it is continental, still the weather is quite different, and there the warm food or the fermented food is acceptable. But the same thing, if it is eaten by some person who is from Punjab, he might have more problems if he goes for the fermented food daily. So there, where the Agni is more high because of the cold season in cold regions in the northern part, he normally a person from Punjab or person from the northern India, they go for parathas or a heavy chapati, that kind of thing. So according to your area, it's all set. So same thing will be in different parts of world. We have to see now which part does this country come. Where it is Australia, it might be different. Where it is Europe, it's different. So but taking fruit early morning can be a more which should be mainly no, which I'll say. It can be as a snack time, like at 4 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, that's fine. Where it's a mid-meal time, you can have it.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. So unanimously we have agreed, try to avoid fruits in the morning. Have something warm or slightly hot, maybe something like oats if you are in a Western country, or idli sambar or plain masala, Dr. Rajagopal, avoid masala one, but a plain dosa if you can. And now we move on to our next guest contributor, who is now ready. But before that, Dr. Amrita Sharma, can you tell people, our viewers who are actually connected to us on a YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch, and website through several channel partners, what are our 2 future events? Here we go.
Yeah. So we are going to have our future events, which is a vegan as well as a vegetarian kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically, which is going to be held on 16th of July, 2023. And we are going to have experts who will be cooking and showing their expertise in relation to the diet and health. And followed with that, we have our well-being and wellness episode for healthy, happy, peaceful body, mind, and soul, and which is going to be on 23rd July, 2023, where we'll be having experts from the field of wellness and well-being, and they'll be sharing their expertise on how we can grow physically, mentally, spiritually healthy.
And Dr. Amrita, for the 30th of July, we have agreed today that it is the International Day of Friendship.
True.
So we want to share any ideas of friendship you may have, either with your siblings or your friends, or even some animals you are friends with. We want to know everything about friendship. So I think it's a very good time to move over to the next guest, Dr. Amrita Sharma, and let's introduce him. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelji. Global Namaste, Dr. Rakesh Zope. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. So we had a very fruitful discussion on food and what should be the breakfast, what are the right things that we would like to have, and what should be there, and how the countries from Germany to US to Mauritius is being practicing. So Dr. Rakesh, what have you lined up for us today and your thoughts on the same? Thank you. Over to you. And before I move to you, I would like to read a short introduction. Dr. Rakesh Zope, Vaidya Rakesh Zope is an Ayurveda consultant from India, helping others, observing nature closely, and medical science has always been his interest, which is nice. That led him to acquire a postgraduate degree in Draviguna, which is Ayurvedic herbology, and his bachelor's from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bengaluru. His expertise in ancient Ayurvedic techniques like pulse diagnosis, marma therapies, and he had got his training from the Ayurvedic Research Institution, Bengaluru, and is now based at Hungary as he conducts breathing and meditation workshops and through Art of Living organization, which is really good. And We have invited a lot of our guests from Art of Living. And so tell us more about that. And over to you for the next 20 minutes. It's yours. Please share your views on your place as well as your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita ji. And a global namaste to everyone who is listening to me here. I was joining from website also, from YouTube also, and I heard the talks before this, and I completely agree with all the experts who were saying that it is preferable not to eat fruits in the morning and have them somewhere later during the day. So with that, I would like to continue the same topic, which I'm going to talk about today, is herbs for health. Now, because I come from the community of Ayurvedic herbologists, I would like to present something which is very close to my heart. So I hope that I will make it so simple for you and easy also to understand. I'm going to share the presentation. Yeah. So I am presently living in Hungary. So since last 5.5 years, almost 6 years now, I have been living here and practicing Ayurveda. It has been a very good experience for me that I could learn new things, especially the healing methods and techniques. But before that, let me welcome all of you. And I would like to also thank this Healing Our Earth team because their intention or mission is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global community by delivering multicultural and online edutainment. So thank you very much for inviting me here. And let's start. So the plants and herbs, they have been an inseparable part of our life, not just ours, but every single life on the planet. So we cannot literally imagine our life without plants. We might have seen some movies where they show that the earth has become completely dry, there are no plants, and it's very scary. So we have been living in unison with the nature because plants and herbs, they provide us not just oxygen, food, but also health. And one more important or interesting thing is that the life on the planet, it knows how to sustain and heal itself. Simple example, you might have seen if you have pets at your home, especially dogs or any kind of animal in the wild also. When they are not feeling good, they go and eat certain type of herbs, or they do certain type of activities which help them to come back to their balance. So this knowledge of healing has been programmed in every single person on this planet. Only thing is, human beings have the tendency to forget the things. See, as a child also, the baby cries only when it is hungry. We eat when we are hungry, and we continue eating if the food is tasty. Or we just, I get many clients who say that I ask them a question that you eat your meal because you feel hungry or just because it is time to eat. And most of them, they say that just because it is time to eat. And then I ask them the third option, or do you eat just because you see the food? And many of them, they choose that option. Just because there are fruits in front of you, you feel like eating them. Doesn't it happen to you? Just because there are nuts kept there or somebody is cooking in the kitchen, you just go there for some reason. And you see it's not lunchtime yet or dinner time yet you see something is ready and you want to grab and eat that. So nature has given us this knowledge of when to eat, what to eat, how to eat, and how to use herbs for healing. But we have a tendency to forget. And that is why the nature has been very compassionate and has given us some ways to know this knowledge. So even before the researchers started, we knew what herb is good for what. Now that we are knowing the researches or how to check whether the herb is good or not, we are finding the results. For example, long ago we knew that Arjuna, it's a herb, is very good for the heart. Now we are proven or seeing the researches which say that yes, it is having some cardioprotective activities. Or we knew there is a herb called as Kalamegh in Ayurveda. It is good for the liver. We have been using it forever. And now there are researches which prove that yes, it is good for liver. So all these sciences like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, traditional Chinese medicine, and all the traditional tribal healing practices, they have kept this precious knowledge alive. And we are very fortunate that we are able to access this knowledge even now. So what do we use the herbs and plants for, or where do we use them? First basic use is source of food. So it is the major and most suitable source of food for basically the whole life. Either directly or indirectly, we are dependent on plants for food. And it depends also on what quality of food that we are eating, how we live, like how our health becomes. Because there are certain types of food which are not healthy for us. There are certain type of food which are healthy for us. And many of the experts already were saying that based on your body type or prakriti, you have to choose what food is good for you and what is not. So we use herbs for eating as a source of food. Then source of all other things like paper, oxygen, water, temperature balance, and we can count innumerable benefits of having plants and herbs around us. Then now we are talking about health, so let's talk about prevention also. So the plant-based diet and healthy eating habits, they help us for prevention of several diseases. Now again, there are many researches which prove that plant-based diet helps to prevent many serious diseases also, like even cancers, because certain animal products are connected to high risk of cancer. So just getting back to our natural eating habits of plant-based diet can prevent many health issues. And by chance you get some health issue, then also plants and herbs can help you to heal yourself. So because plants and herbs, they are the most natural source of healing. At the same time, they are without any side effects. Of course, if they are used in a wise way. So if they are not used in a proper way, they can have side effects. But if you are using it properly, no side effects. So now we know that plants and herbs are very beneficial for our health and we should use them, but how to include them in our health, for our health. First is, as I said, food. Ayurveda believes that what we eat, we become that, or we are what we eat, not just body, even the mind. And you might have experienced that you eat certain kind of food, deep fried or stale food, and it makes you feel dull. It doesn't make you feel fresh. At the same time, when you eat some fresh fruits or more vegetables, then it gives you energy and lightness to your body and to the mind also. Of course, fruits and vegetables, some of them are not considered as the things which we should eat regularly in Ayurveda. There are some exceptions also. But nowadays, the time has come that plants, fruits, and vegetables, they are the only things which are more suitable for us. So it's better we stick to that. In other form of teas, we can use herbs. Herbal teas can be used for prevention and for healing also. Just previous month, I got an opportunity to present a a topic on herbal teas in a similar platform. And there I was presenting all the different herbal teas that are used all over the world for different purposes. For example, there are certain herbal teas that we use here in Hungary, especially in the season of winter. So these herbal teas, they include cinnamon, they include anise and mint, these kind of herbs which help to balance your vata also, kapha also, and also boost your immunity. So like that, and then if somebody gets digestion problem, they drink mint tea. Or there are different herbs which are used in the form of tea to heal also. Here, I was very surprised to see that people drink licorice tea. Licorice is the yashti madhu. So in India, we use it only as in the form of medicine, yashti madhu fanta, in that form. But here, people drink it as a routine. So there has been a tradition of using teas and herbs for healing. Now, let me jump back to food once again, because I just remember about the herbs that are used here for cooking. Of course, in India, we are using many spices, coriander, cumin, curcuma, or turmeric, then ginger, garlic, you name them, and then we are using them. But here also, the herbs like marjoram or basil is used, sage, or even oregano. These spices, they have been found out to be very useful and very good for the health. So make sure that you're using the spices, because in traditional Hungarian kitchen or cuisine, they use mainly salt, pepper, the bell pepper, which is very famous from Hungary, and black pepper. These are the black pepper I already mentioned. These are the only few things that they use here. So we need to make sure that if you're not including spices in your cooking, you learn some cooking methods or recipes. And that is where the next seminar could be very useful for us, where we will learn the vegan and vegetarian cooking styles. So make sure that you don't miss that, because then you will learn many recipes there. Now let me come back to the third way of using the herbs is with specific aim. For example, somebody wants to lose weight. There are certain herbs. Simple example, cinnamon tea. You drink cinnamon tea and then it will support all the activities which you are doing to lose your weight. Or having mainly plant-based diet. I'm not saying raw food, I'm saying plant-based diet. So processed vegetables or plants, they can help you to lose weight. Or heart care. Now, here in Europe, we find a plant called as hawthorn. Hawthorn tea is used for heart. It is supposed to be giving beneficial effects for the heart. Then joint care. For joint care, you can choose some simple teas like there is a tea which is available here. It's a black currant leaf tea. And the tea which is made from black currant leaf is very good for the joints and for rejuvenation, of course. So there are different herbs. Again, all the spices which we use are also helping for rejuvenation. So including herbs for specific aim is also possible. And then disease management. So by any chance, you follow very healthy diet, healthy lifestyle, Ayurvedic routine, which our previous speaker Vandana ji was explaining, how we should eat. If we stick to all these rules, we still get a possibility to have imbalances. Just because of many reasons and many factors which are influencing our health. So by chance, if you get some disease or health issue, then Ayurveda gives us a concept of pathya and apatya. So pathya is all the food, diet, lifestyle things which are beneficial for you or for your health condition. And apatya is all the food and diet and lifestyle which is not good for you or beneficial for you. Now, it's a new concept or a bit strange concept for people from Western medicine because the research has not been much done on the effect of food on different diseases. But in the Eastern world, we already know. For example, I remember since my childhood, I have been hearing this, that anybody who has joint problems or arthritis, the first thing that they avoid or stop eating is the brinjal or eggplant, because then it is supposed to be containing some chemicals which are not beneficial for your joints if you have arthritis, or avoiding certain plants or herbs if you have kidney stones. So immediately, as soon as you get to know that you have certain health issue, you need to make sure that you're cutting the unhealthy food or diet from your routine. And then anything which you know that is beneficial, you should include it. So, for example, we know that garlic is very good for high cholesterol. So then including garlic in your routine, of course, you have to have guidance from an Ayurveda Vaidya, because eating too much garlic can make your pitta energy go out of balance. So of course you have to take some guidance, but just using simple or making simple changes in your diet and lifestyle can help you to manage your diseases very effectively. So to conclude, I would say that to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global community, using the herb is the most important step that we should take now. And I'm very happy that more and more people are turning towards vegetarian diet and even vegan diet. And this way, when we stick to plants and herbs, we not only heal ourselves, but we are healing our planet also, or Earth. Sorry for the typo there. Instead of saying Earth, I wrote it does help. Because when you depend on the herbs, you are actually cultivating them more. And we should promote that. So this is a way of going back to our nature, like being with the nature, being in harmony with the nature. And this way we can actually heal ourselves and our earth also. And I would like to congratulate, thank, and give best wishes to the Healing Our Health team for this beautiful, beautiful initiative that you have taken. As a Dravyaguna doctor or MD, we very much work to have a society which is moving towards saving our environment and thinking more about our planet. So thank you very much for making me a part of this initiative, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to interact with all those listeners who are listening. Thank you.
That was a nice presentation on herbs, as well as how the herbs can be the part of our life, and they are the part of our life, and how we can use them. So you mentioned about garlic, Dr. Rakesh. So I have a question. Can you please tell our viewers when garlic should be taken and in what way garlic should be taken? Because people have a lot of different views of taking garlic. Sometimes they advise just cloves, sometimes they say cut pieces. And so what is your take on that? Thank you.
So if we see the Indian way of cooking or Eastern way of cooking or any traditional way of cooking, we always add garlic in the oil when we are frying. So, because it was a best combination, they knew that eating too much of oil can make your cholesterol go high. So then you use garlic so that it is not making it too high. So making it a part of your meal is very important. If you eat it cooked, it is better. But if you eat it raw, it can give you some acidity problems. So you have to make sure that you are using it in the cooked form. Again, if you are dominant with pitta energy, not eating too much, not every day basically, and if you have some, if you're vata or kapha personality, then you can have it more often. So all in all, I would recommend having garlic just 2-3 times a week, because again, it depends on your body type. If you are, if you want to have it for any specific reason, then ideal is to consult any Ayurvedic Vaidya, and then the Vaidya can guide you very nicely and perfectly what is good for you.
Thank you. Professor Ish, I would like to have your thoughts on the presentation as well as the idea on that, and then we'll be taking up the questions from the chat box. Okay, over to you, sir. Kindly unmute. Okay, so basically, we also have a question from Dr. Meenal, who is asking, so it is an open question, what is oil, the role of oil pulling, and is it really helpful, and how is it helpful?
Maybe
Yes.
for this we have the best expert from the subject, Professor Shantala, if she can better tell about oil pulling, ma'am. You can unmute.
So what is oil pulling? Because oil pulling is very much in fashion and trend these days, and people are, after COVID, very much particular about their oral hygienes as well in terms of oil pulling. So what basically is oil pulling? Could you tell our viewers and how it is helpful?
Oil pulling is actually the new word, but we had it as Gandusha and Kavala. So that is the new oil pulling is something new. But what we have to add up is what is the oil that you're used to. Except kerosene oil, you can use any cooking oil that you're used to. So that is used to gargle your mouth, and that should help in many ways. The oral cavity, then you massage your gums and oral cavity. That would be very helpful. So Gandusha and Kavalagraha is the Ayurvedic Shalakya related things, not only for oral cavity conditions and the above the clavicle, but it also helps in overall general health of the person. Yes, Amrita?
Yes, Dr. Shantala, so any kind of oil should be used, but how much quantity of oil should be taken for oil pulling?
Irimedadi Taila is the classical one that we usually advise. Irimedadi Taila is the medicated oil that is usually advised in oral cavity conditions. But what I usually advise is 1 tablespoon of that oil, or the capacity of what your mouth can hold, and then if possible, you mix it with equal amount of water, warm water, and gargle. You move around on in your oral cavity and split it out. When it starts coming out from your eyes and nose and all that, that is the indication that is for you to stop. That is the time, and that is the amount of liquid that you can put into your oral cavity.
So I just have a small inquisitive question on that. Should it be done after brushing in the morning? It should be the early morning thing that should be done, or there's some specific time?
Exactly after brushing the teeth, it should be done. And evening also it can be done. But usually it should be done early morning. And after every meal, you can just rinse your mouth. You don't need to do oil pulling again.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I have also a question with the today's time that, as Dr. Rakesh, you're from the field of Ayurvedic herbs. And there's a lot of trend. People use ashwagandha powders, and there are different kind of rasayana powders, means that are nootropic drugs with brahmi and other herbal supplements that people use in the food. And there's a lot of promotion that you take it in smoothie, or you take it in a salad, or you just take it with 1 spoon with water. So what is your take on that? Is it really recommendable? Should they be taking it, or can anybody take it? Over to you. Thank you.
It's a very, very nice question. So I'm very thankful to the person who has asked this question, because I would like to clear this topic right away, that even though I was saying that Ayurvedic herbs, or basically any herbs, they do not have side effects unless it is properly taken. So an Ayurveda Vaidya has been trained for 5.5 years at least to learn about these things. Which herb has what effect on your body, what effect on the mind. It's not nowadays, yeah, as you were saying, it's a trend called as superfoods. So superfood is, yes, it is superfood, no doubt. And it is sold as food supplement. It can be food supplement, but it need not be a food supplement. So there are certain herbs which we can use regularly as our food, and there are certain foods which we should not use without a prescription. Now, it's not that they will create some serious issues for you, but instead of giving health, it can create some problems. Simple example is amla. Now, amla fruit is considered very healthy and could be eaten every single day. It is recommended for that. But so you can eat amla powder in any form, or capsule, or whatever, in its most natural form possible. But ashwagandha, brahmi, these things, they are a bit serious, I would say. So make sure that you take advice from a Vaidya before starting them. Because then instead of doing better, you are harming your body.
Okay, so let me just remind our viewers again that all the herbs can be beneficial provided you are taking an expert advice as well, and you must consult your physician and an Ayurvedic physician whom you trust on while taking these herbs, on what amount. And as everybody has been talking about, what is compatibility of the diet for yourself, which is called as satamya in a technical language of Ayurveda, can be a very useful tool for every individual to decide what is good for you and what is not good for you. As we have our guest, Dr. Rajagopala. Dr. Rajagopala, I was very impressed by your presentation because you covered very basic aspects about children and children's health. And in today's time, with after the COVID and with the technological advancements, as children have been more prone to gadgets as well as the social media. And in that regards, neuropsychological behavior issues of children are so common in every day. So what is your take on that, and how this can be prevented with holistic health? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's definitely a burning problem now because of the offline teaching and offline activities are increasing, and children from very, very basic education studies, like from first standard itself, they are exposed to the gadgets, and the screen time is increasing, and it has increased a lot. And in our experience, what we have seen is eye complaints, vision related issues, and the stress related issues are very high. And the only way to control it is to restrict the screen time and engage the children in other outdoor activities mainly. Study component is okay. Now, of course, the schools have opened, and the online classes trend has come down, and definitely screen time restriction is required. Instead of, if you're introducing screen time restriction immediate or in a sudden manner, children will not accept it, and there will be what you call repulsion from them. So gradually it has to be done, and instead of that, engage them in outdoor activities. So outdoor activities.
Yes, we have our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar. Neilji, your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. What a wonderful presentation Dr. Rakesh from Hungary did. Nice, simple, serene, and in a very readable form. So that was very beautiful. Dr. Rajagopala, you presented so nicely. So I think that was a specialist, and a lot of moms are very happy that you came today. So I think both of you, we need to bring you back. And Dr. Amrita and Professor Ish Sharma, I think this is the right time to actually appreciate our Professor Shantala from Latvia, because for this episode, she helped produce with all the facilitators. So wonderful job she has done, and I think she deserves a round of applause.
Yes. Thank you, Shantala ma'am.
And at this point, Dr. Amrita, it is her turn for her presentation to give her specialist knowledge to us, which is a simple home remedies, but also together she will tell us what happens in Latvia. So over to you, Professor Ish Sharma, Dr. Amrita, and Shantala ji. Go ahead and please give us your knowledge and tips. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Dr. Shantala Priyadarshini as our guest, and she will be sharing with us her topic of home remedies. And before she presents, I would like to introduce you to her. Vaidya Shantala Priyadarshini is a postgraduate from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences and had the privilege of being invited as an Ayurveda eye expert at Maharishi Vedic University. She is popular teacher of Ayurveda, writer and clinician. Her articles for public and scientific community provided recognition, invitation to Southern University of Australia, Adelaide, guided to draft Ayurveda syllabus for certificate courses, degrees, post-graduations in Ayurveda, Netherlands, and UK. Wow. She has a master's in Ayurveda, Sanskrit, and environmental sciences, as to her credit, with many books, articles, and awards. Shantala is a renowned clinician globally, and her patients seek her consultations for multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's disease, medical management in surgical conditions, and her specialization is in management of diabetic complications and eye problems. She's presently deputed by the Government of India at the Ayurveda professor at the University of Latvia. So I'm always honored to have you, Dr. Shantala, today's presentation of yours is about home remedies, and I'm personally very eager to know about it. And what are you going to share? So over to you, ma'am. Please share your screen and we can have your presentation. Thank you.
Did I get my screen right?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So home remedy, today I've been speaking on healing our earth, and this is exactly what we are going to do today. We are speaking about home remedies and specifically about Agnihotra, which is going to heal the earth. Healing our earth is, we have to do it, we had to be doing it very well. And today I would be speaking about that. My experiences in starting this research project on Homa. We have more than 400 yagnas from the Vedas, the Rig Veda to the Atharvana Vedas. 60 nations actually conduct Agnihotra. So when we took up this research, everybody started saying, in this scientific age, why do you want to do research on yagna, homa and all that? It is a waste of money, it's a waste of resources and all that. But I took it up, and luckily the scientific board approved for it, and we had these yagnas, Agnihotra and Dhanvantri Homa, Vastu Homa, Narasimha Homa and Navagraha Homa. We did it in a very specific scientific way, and we had the association of a scientific lab who could do our work for us. In the Petri dish, we collected the samples, and then we saw what was the viral load, what was the bacterial load, and what was the fungal load. Then at the end of the whole program, 2 years program it was, so we could conclude that it is beneficial to all. It is a preventive and health promotive concept that we are looking at. It enhances crop immunity and production, keeps environmental healthy, accumulated carbon credits, de-addiction, and mm, PTSD. Then we saw that it could improve immunity, family bondage becomes stronger, individual and family health becomes unique and special. So some I have put from other people who have done the research, some my own. This is a thing from global community. We have lot of nations who are doing this Agnihotra Homa. And I think when more than 60 nations are doing it, if we can add some more, it would be very good to have something like this, like the yoga day that we do. It could be wonderful. We could have a much better way of saving the earth. So this is Navagraha Homa, that which we were doing, and this is the way that they do the puja and all that. And this is the bacterial count and this is the fungal count only on Vastu I have put here. And these are the people who are doing. Actually, it was from the Vedas, and Sri Gajanan Maharaj from the Maharashtra Akalkot, who brought it back for us to start that again, the Agnihotra. Then Dr. Vasant Paranjape, who did it. But I would like to draw your attention to Dr. William Selvamurthy, who is a doctor at DRDO, and now he is at Amity University. And we have one more person here in Poland, who is Dr. Urlich, and he has been responsible for spreading Agnihotra globally, everywhere. So this is the ash analysis that we got done, and this is the microbial analysis that we have been doing. And we checked how good was the Homa ash we put for our plants, and we got it. How fast is the germination? We could try with control. We could try with our own. We tried with uh, Dolichos biflorus, that is horse gram, and it was very good. This is with Dhanvantari Homa. This was we wanted to do it inside the hospital, but because we had asthma patients and all that, and we thought we will do it outside. And this is both hospitals. Two times we did in our hospital, two times. So we had a very good experience doing this type of homas. This is at ISKCON. As per every season we did it. And this is Agnihotra. This is the Vastu Homa. And Homa therapy is being taught globally for so many people. You name a continent and it will be there. So this is something which everybody can do it, and you need to learn. And then so people are getting certified. Why is it happening? Is because yield becomes plenty. In Peru, when they saw that the plants were not yielding well and they had a lot of disease, they started with Agnihotra, and they not only got best yield, and it was the government of Peru gave this certification that this is the Homa therapist who is capable of doing it. And it was a wonderful thing that we could see this. And this is wherein in Arogya Bharati, I am part of Arogya Bharati, and here all ladies were allowed to do this Gayatri Homa. And this is one where you can see me here. So this is again Agnihotra, globally everywhere it is there. It is a global phenomena. As you can see, it is in so many countries that this is being done. Suryaya Swaha, Suryaya Idam Namama, Prajapataye Swaha, Prajapataye Idam Namama. So this is the mantra in sunrise. So the time will be very specific. It depends on which part of the world you are, and as per that place, you can do the sunrise and sunset mantra. And this is the neurophysiological parameters that was checked. And this is the sunset mantra. Then we have very good information to spare. That is, share global gas tragedy, as you can see in Bhopal, because these people did the Agnihotra. They did not develop any complications. They were not hospitalized. So this is something that is there in history. And the nearer one, that is the Chernobyl, wherein Austrian government started doing this. Chernobyl, we have to remember that radioactive principles are getting us somewhere. So we need to understand why Agnihotra is very important. So it again depends on the condition, region. We have to see everybody can sit and do this Homa. So to make the Homa house a home, we have to start doing this, then heal the atmosphere and it will heal yourself. So as everybody has been telling, it is yatha pindanda tata brahmanda. So it is very important for us to understand that Homa is a part of uh, home remedies, and it could be practiced very well by everybody with a little bit of experience. Okay. So this is my brief presentation, and to get back to what Dr. Neil was very pertinently asking. We have in South India idli and dosa, idli and chutney and sambar. So you have ghee to put along with that. So one part of it will be protein, the other will be carbohydrates, and many elements will be in the ghee and fat will be there. So you have a concrete, fully nutrition breakfast that is there in India. But when I come to Europe, we have been having a lot of teas, as Dr. Rakesh has been telling. So here the weather is so that you are not feeling hungry all the time. Your appetite is very less. So your appetite will be mostly in winter, it will be like teas, more of tea, and breakfast and lunch and all that will not be very much big as in India. So does that explain everything? Or do we still have any questions?
Yes, Shantala ma'am, I also have a question from your presentation. That was a very important and a very beautiful topic, because the concept of home actually has come from the traditions of Ayurveda and has been taken up worldwide to have the concept of fumigation, and this is herbal fumigation basically. And so what is the role of, because many viewers are so new to this concept of Homa, so could you please tell what kind of wood and what is the methodology in brief which has been taken up with an idea, and what is the real idea of having Agni Homa? Over to you. Thank you.
This is very important because fumigation is totally different and Homa is totally different. Homa is a part of the Daiva Vyapashraya that we speak about in Ayurveda. And fumigation is when you speak of Dupana, when you are speaking about how a hospital, there were no hospitals in ancient India because they had it either in battlefield or in Rugna, and then the hospital would be dismantled. So they did not have a hospital asking people to fall sick and come and get into the hospital. So they did not have it. But when they had to do some surgery, they had to do some taking care of sick people, they had temporary hospitals. There they were doing fumigation. So coming to your question about what is used in Yagnas, it is totally different. A huge thing is done. Whereas in Agnihotra, it is only cowdung cake, which is dried up cake, and then rice, which is not at all broken, which is fully formed, and you have ghee. So So then the mantras, the time, the way that the pot is that it should be brass and it should be a pyramid. So that is how it is done, very specific in Agnihotra, but it is very, very important. We have all been doing Agnihotra since like say 20 years now. So the home was what inspired me to start doing it. Agnihotra has been in my family for many years, and I wanted to see why it should be done, how everybody could benefit out of that. So people who were drug addicts, people who were very sick, who had no immunity, and who had post-traumatic stress disorders, like army people who came back and all that, they were the people who benefited more. The maximum that we could see was when it was very gross. When it is very simple, also we get, it is more like we have to do more and more research to say how much more beneficial it will be. We will be seeing a lot of homas, yagnas being done. So that is the most important thing that we need to do research in. Does it answer you, Amrita?
Yes, Shantala
Amrita?
ma'am. Yes, Shantala ma'am. And so basically, this is a very important thing and a very basic thing. And what do you think is the difference between aromatherapies? Because people use a lot of aromas these days with lavender oil and rosemary oils and other oils. And what is the difference between aromatherapy and the home that we do?
Aromatherapy is with regard to Agni, with regard to chanting of mantras. Unfortunately, the wrong Prime Minister of first Prime Minister of India said that chanting and all this is bullshit. It should not be done. It's not experimented. It is not evidence based. So Ayurveda was not at all given a good place, rightful place where it had to be done. Whereas it is still there that these need to be evaluated. The mantra chanting is the most important part of it. That is the basic difference between mantra chanting. The way you do it is so totally different. Whereas your aromatherapy is you bring some volatile oils and put it in small jars wherein you can get the aroma around. That's also good. I don't say it is not good, but it is not as good as the Agnihotra or the other homas, yagnas that we do.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, because we have our guests from different countries now, we have from Latvia, we have from Mauritius, we have from Germany and Hungary. I would like to know about how is Ayurveda practiced in your own countries and what are the basic keys of practicing Ayurveda. So what are the basic guidelines? Are there special associations under which you have to register yourself? Because a lot of physicians want to go to abroad to practice and they are facing a lot of problems because they don't have the knowledge about it or there's no right information given. So through the platform of Healing Our Earth, I would like to make these things clear, how it can be easy. Over to you, ma'am. Shantala, ma'am, please start with you. Yes.
First, when I came here, all my English certificates, which the universities had given me, had to be translated into Latvian, and it had to be submitted to the section wherein it is all given. You're allowed to practice. You're allowed to do research. So I had to put all my certificates, translated certificates to this accreditation. Accreditation was done, and then I was given permission to practice and to do research. So now I have been practicing since 1 year now, and now it has increased because people do come. And as Dr. Priyanka was also saying, we get more of neurological conditions and very serious conditions. So people want to know how to eat, what to eat, what not to eat, and what to do. And they're all so scared. So being scared, you need to give a lot of Counseling is very, very important. You have to tell them they will get better. The concept that you will get better, the thing you confidently tell them, yes, you do all this, you will definitely get better. That itself can give a lot of impetus to patients. And
Shantala ma'am?
people who want to come, people
Hmm.
who want to come to Latvia or to other European countries, they need to see that their certificates are either accredited, and then if they are coming to a university, that's easier. But if they are coming through any other thing, they have to first see that their certificates and their thing are what they are accepted, and then if they come over, it's easier. You have anything else?
Yes, in Latvia, ma'am, do a clinician can write about the medicine and can prescribe the medicine as the classical medicine or just herbal medicine? Thank you.
No, medicines which are registered here, we have like 60 or 70 registered medicines, like single herbs, maybe Shilajitu, maybe Shatavari, something like that. So only those things are available. If not, we can get from Germany, we can get from other European countries where some of them have been registered. The medicine that we prescribe should be available here. It should be accepted only then. It is not like in India, we can't get everything like in India. You have a huge range of products which you can advise. It is more like what is the herb that you can use, what is the food that you can do, what is the lifestyle, so many options. So my experience on home remedies was very helpful because I have been conditioned to tell them what to do and what not to do. Simple things like that carries the patient forward to a very great extent.
Thank you
And
very much.
to come to uh, Australia, honey is not at all accepted until the child is 5 years old. But when I told them no, honey is given to the day baby is born, and even in 2-3 days also, honey is the major food that is given. There in Australia, they don't give honey at all because they have this fear of getting other infections through honey. So each country is different.
That's very interesting to know because in India, the first thing they do after a child is born is to make him lick the honey so that his life is sweeter always in the life. But then these kind of things are also very important. Thank you very much, Shantala ma'am. Please stay around. We would like to have your precious thoughts as well. Dr. Rakesh, what is your take on the practices of Ayurveda at Hungary, and what is your experience as an Ayurveda expert over there? Over to you. Thank you.
Yes, so in Hungary, it is the country where they have accepted Ayurveda, but strangely, Ayurveda doctors cannot practice as an Ayurveda doctor. So I have to practice it as assistant to some not traditional, but allopathic doctor who is working here or registered here and who has taken some training in Ayurveda. So I have to kind of assist her, or I can work like an assistant. But as a special or separate Ayurveda doctor, I cannot practice. So that is a thing here. But there are very few Ayurveda practitioners here who are from India. But there are many Ayurveda practitioners who have learned some Ayurveda from here. So there's a doctor. His name is Ivan, and he works in a university. So there they have a special branch for Ayurveda. So he is a allopathy doctor, and he is very much inspired with Ayurveda, and he is training allopathic doctors here to learn Ayurveda and to practice Ayurveda. So as a part of that, then he brings them to India also. And I know one doctor who has been to NIA Jaipur, and her experience was very nice. So people are getting more and more aware about Ayurveda, and different conditions people have different conditions. They are coming to Ayurveda, and as Dr. Shantalaji was saying, that they want to know what to eat, what not to eat. I have athletes who are competing for Olympics, because they want to know what I can do for myself to make my body and mind the best. So it's amazing how people are getting open to these things. And one more thing which is helping for Ayurveda here, or I would say in whole Europe, is that the yoga teachers, because yoga is also having a second part of Ayurveda. So they want some Ayurveda experts who can guide them to make their make their yoga practices better. Or yoga enthusiasts, they are the ones who jump into oil pulling and following dinacharya or daily routine, these kind of things. So there is a huge scope, but it's not easy to register the herbs here. We have to depend on the herbs from Germany or Netherlands, but things are getting better and better.
We have our Neil Kumar. Neilji, your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Dr. Shantala, what a nice presentation. As you said, simple home remedies. We are now going to give tips to the people. Zoe from South Africa, because you mentioned honey, Zoe from South Africa is asking, what are the best honey to consume? Are all honey equally good at basic?
See, when you come to Europe, you have 1001 types of honey. Like as per the season, as per what type of plants they are getting the honey. So the honey is dark colored, and then it is solid, it is liquid. So you have, based on the climate, based on this thing, you have honey. So you could ask for raw honey, which is much better. But it is very rare for you to find raw honey here. In India, it is not genetically modified. So you get good honey there and you can use it. Whereas here it is all raw honey or honey which is not raw. So these are the things that we have here. But honey is usually, so the people are using it to make it sweet, their tea and all that, which is not actually good, because honey has got the molecules which are not to be heated, not to be freezed. It should not be either freezed or not to be boiled. But they have been using it. So honey, which is not going to be solidified, which is good in, like raw honey is fine. Does that answer you, Mr. Neil?
Well, it's Zoe who needs answering. So Zoe, I hope you're okay. Maybe could you tell, how can an ordinary non-expert consumer know whether you are eating or buying a raw honey or a processed honey? What are to watch out for? If you look in a bottle, is there the way the honey is crystallized, or is there the color? How can one establish that maybe this is a correct honey to take?
They usually tell you whether it is raw honey or processed honey. So based on that, you could take.
So you got to trust what they say on the bottle or the container, is that right?
I think so. I think so.
Well, Zoe, I hope you're okay, and we have answered you clearly. Carlos is asking from Greece that he is told that honey is anti-inflammatory. Could he trust that, or should he be taking some normal medicines?
Yes, it is anti-inflammatory. It is antibiotic. It is very good. It is insecticide, biocidal. So it is very safe and very good. You could take that. Honey is good for everybody, but with limitation. It should not be, because it is honey, one should not take too much of that.
You said antibiotic. Did you refer that it's also antibacterial? Is that what you are referring to?
Yes. It is antibacterial, antiviral, and it is insecticide and all that. So you could take that. It is safe. It is having a property that it is very good in so many ways. It is a strange type of sugar, which is not the regular sucrose or all that. So it is known as retrovarsal sugar, which can be used.
So there you are,
It is
Carlos.
very good.
Carlos, it's also antibacterial. And if your normal medicines are not working, give it a go. It can be inflammatory. So what we now do, Shantala ji, hold on there. Ish, you need to come in now and just have a mini summary before we go to Germany. Priyanka is there. Priyanka, I'm sure Amrita is dying to ask you, how is the Ayurveda scene in Germany? But before that, Ish, your choice and comment on honey. Over to you, Ish. And can you mute yourself again and unmute again, please? So the sound propagates. Unmute again. We still haven't got you, Ish. If you sort that out, let's go to Dr. Rakesh.
No. Now he is fine.
Okay, you are there. Go ahead, Ish.
Okay. So yeah, so many aspects regarding honey consumption have been elaborated by the experts, and I believe the doubts are very much undone for Mr. Carlos from Greece. Maybe what I can be adding to Professor Shantala's advice is, he might not be simply replacing, because we do not know what anti-inflammatory does he want to replace with honey. So whatever has been his regular advice, he has to be very careful, like, okay, this is anti-inflammatory, because he cannot self-medicate by like undoing his regular medicine and replacing it with honey, because we do not know what are his conditions. So yes, it is antibiotic, it is anti-inflammatory, it has got marvelous properties because of very high sugar content. This kills bacteria, wonderful preservative, should not be frozen, that is a nice quality, should not be heated, that is a nice advice. So, and there being so many types, you have to be very careful, and labels may not be wrong, because if it is in Europe, you have to be very responsible while putting in any word. So I believe we can depend upon the labels, and surely if you can find some Ayurveda doctor around you, then that can be the best scenario for you.
Wow.
Yeah,
So,
Dr.
Ish, thank you very much. We'll be going to Germany shortly. There's a very interesting question coming from Kenya, from Nyanza province, from Otieno, who says that there is lots of honey in his farm and he wants to sell it as superfood. Can he buy sterilized container and just put it in there? Should he be vacuum sealing them, or in a normal, just closing the cap? Will the honey stay for a long time? This is a bit too technical and like a factory question, but what are your thoughts of people who have got the honey combs in their farms, and do they just plump them into a bottle and it's safe? Anybody?
Maybe they should be first contacting the buyer. If they have like a big food chain or a pharmaceutical, they have got their particular conditions. We want in this much of this kind of packaging, this kind of vacuum packing, or what should be the supply chain, how should that be maintained. So going by the needs of the buyer, one can go ahead, because we are not from that commercial chain, supply chain. So we might not be, I might not be the right person to answer that.
Anybody have any comment?
Again, depends on the rules and regulations, the market demands. So in Europe, you can't sell anything and everything. It has to come through the regulatory market, and then it can be sold. So it is very strict as to labeling or selling anything. It should be regulated and approved, and then it can be sold.
Otieno, if you are listening, we suggest you contact your local health authority or the fruit processing authority and see what they feel. I'm sure a lot of people in Africa are selling in a market without being vetted or without being audited. But thank you very much. And Amrita, I'm sure we go to Priyanka now and tell us the scenario in Germany. Over to both of you.
Thank you, Neelji. Yes, Dr. Priyanka. So my question to you is, how is the practice of Ayurveda? And because you are, I think, working in a university where you are translating Rasratna Samuchay, am I right about that? Yeah. So that's a pretty interesting project which is related with the Ayurveda chemistry and alchemy. And so how is this project been running under the guidance of which ministries? Could you please throw light on how are the perspectives of people who would like to join Germany as an Ayurvedic physician or teaching or as just a fraternity? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Amrita. First question is like how Ayurveda is in Germany. So let me just go a few years back. Now, when you are in India and you have a feeling like, yes, the most accepted, so Ayurveda is very much accepted in Germany, and you come with that feeling to Germany, and then you realize that, okay, the world is other way around. So what we know in India and what the reality is really very different. Though it is, people do want to have Ayurveda there, they are really interested in that, but the rules and regulations of Germany are very strong, or you directly cannot go and practice in Germany. So I get many times we do have calls or mails that, okay, I want to come here and practice. So the first thing when you want to practice in Germany is like, you have to learn the language. The language is a first barrier. So without crossing that, you cannot go ahead. So I think in any of the European countries, if you want to go, so first will be the language barrier. Once you cross that barrier, the second point comes is now any country. So if it is Germany, you have to give the high practical examination. That is an exam which is alternative practitioner examination. So if you pass that, then you can have your own practice. You can open your own practice. If you do not pass that, then you cannot prescribe or you cannot have your own practice. But what you can just do is maybe have the consultation with a alternative practitioner, so with a heilpraktiker or with any other registered medical practitioner. So you need to have that approbation of a doctor. So you as a Ayurvedic doctor, so me or anyone as an Ayurvedic doctor from India cannot directly come to Germany and practice. There are many rules and regulations for that. So that is the second thing. Now you can go and teach in any institutions that is open. That is fine. Going and practicing or giving your services in a wellness center is very different, and practicing Ayurveda is very different. Now these two becomes, it's like wellness sector is allowed unless you do not give anything inside the body, you just do the external therapies. That's fine. Now, when it comes to the university, so in university, yes, you can apply to few of the universities, depending on your other qualifications in India. If you have done other things of language-based things, then maybe some of the universities do accept you. But your curriculum as a Ayurvedic Ayurveda graduate is not completely accepted by many universities in Germany. It's only few who accept that, because the main thing is you should be having your thesis at the bachelor's level. So because we do not have the thesis at the bachelor's level, or at least I do not know the present scenario, because I'm not presently not in the college life. So it should be that you should be having one thesis, and that's not there in the bachelor level. So your bachelor doesn't get recognized. If you are with a master thesis, then you have a better possibility of getting some more education possibilities or getting admission into some universities. That is possible. So now coming to the topic of I have done my master's in Rasa Shastra. So one of the, it is the subject which is forbidden in all the West. So anywhere you go, and it is like your eyebrows are always high. So the question was like, yes, there are people many cancer patients before, when I was practicing in Pune. So I had few cancer patients who were taking the treatment, and it was because of them that confidence built up. And I was like, okay, I want to work in field of Rasa Shastra. So as I cannot practice Rasa Shastra for sure. I cannot practice in Germany. I do not. Whatever I do is only the herbal practice, but I wanted to do more research on it. And then that's how we came across some of the Rasa Shastris, or I can say the interesting people, the people who had interest in Rasa Shastra. So that was an Indology department of different countries, rather, we all came together. And there's this European Council of Research, European Research Council, ECL. So there was one project which was been taken by Dr. Vujastik, from Austria, but the thing is, it is in between the three universities from Vienna. So University of Vienna from Austria, then University of Alberta in Canada, and University of Hamburg. So we all three universities came together and we were doing the translatory works of different books of Rasa Shastra. So it was again the theoretical work, literature work was going on. And so some of the chapters from Rasaratna Samuchaya, from Rasendra Chudamani, Rasendra Mangal, we came together and we did the translation, and we are trying to put forward slowly. It is just one step ahead, that not at least Rasa Shastra is not as bad as you think. Or there should be more research done. If at all, you just cannot blame it because of some papers some years back saying that, yes, this is what the result we got. Maybe because of certain some pharmaceutical companies where the standards were not maintained, the whole science cannot be completely banned. So first, the literature work, just who were having more interest in it, and that's how we came together. We started doing it, and then we got this so European Research Council accepted this, and we went ahead. So that one translatory work is done, and presently another chapter is getting translated. So this is how we are doing this work. It's a collaborative work between different universities. Yes.
Thank you. That's a well said question. Could you please tell our viewers, because Rasa Shastra is a very technical term for a common man to understand, and I am pretty much interested that you may explain, because for me it's just a very grave chemistry which is beyond periodic table of chemistry. And personally, coming from a science background of my family, with my dad and stuff from the PhDs in chemistries and stuff, I could really correlate the subjects with the chemistry of this time, and which is a very big chemistry. So could you please tell our viewers in simple terms, what is Rasa Shastra and what kind of a thing is involved in it as a subject of Ayurveda? Over to you. Thank you.
So Rasa Shastra, the word itself it can be divided into two words. That is, the main word Rasa Shastra is made up of two words. One is Rasa and another is Shastra. So most of the people who might have a little bit of hint of Sanskrit may know that Shastra means science. So more study or a deep study of anything. And here the word Rasa means mercury. So the science which is dealing with mercury, or in which we are using mercury as one of the main ingredient, is called as Rasa Shastra. Now, how actually it came into, it's said that the origin of this science took place in 6th century, because as you know, that the Ayurveda tradition is quite old, and in between came the Buddhist era, in which it was like Ahinsavad was quite majorly followed, and because of which the surgery was completely stopped in India. So at that time, they needed some other thing by which they can treat the people. If we cannot go by surgery, there should be some other alternative. And this was the reason how this science actually started, it originated. Now, it is not that it just originated that time. This is a chemistry which was present quite many years before as well. But as a medicine, and in the first front, it came after the 6th century AD. And it was Nagarjuna who had brought this up, and that is how it came. So then it was like, okay, then now when any science comes, there will be pros and cons. So the same way, people first either they use it for medicine or then converting the metal. So it was like, then the metal, okay, with the help of mercury, you can play with mercury like anything. So it is
just
like, okay,
interrupting in between, we have our Neil Kumar, and I think he has some comments or questions. Over to you, Neilji.
So thank you very much, and Priyanka will come back to you. Both the professor and all the three doctors hang around there. I would like to introduce our Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, who is the chair of the
I was
Hindu
about
Forum.
to say, yes.
She's the chair of Hindu Forum of Europe. But just before I go to her, my final thing before we close in about 10-15 minutes will come to each one of you for 2 minutes. What you would like Healing Our Earth to do to facilitate, to progress the alliance of Ayurveda. So what we will do, let's take a comment from Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, who is the chair of Hindu Forum of Europe, and she's part of our team. Dr. Vyas, global namaste to you.
Global namaste to all of you. Nice to see Professor Sharma ji, Dr. Rakesh ji, and of course, Amrita ji. You've been doing a wonderful job. I really appreciate your way of conducting. And I just spoke to Shantala Devi, I think yesterday or today morning. Nice to see you personally also. Thank you very much. And regarding Ayurveda, Ayurveda is something which we follow at the local level at home. Day-to-day things we follow, like it's basically Ayurveda is eating healthy. So you stick to rice or red rice or whatever rice, or anything that is suitable to you, which is obtained directly from the nature. So this is how we have been surviving. Generally, I don't eat anything from outside unless I'm traveling or something. Homemade food, we don't order anything from outside also. I prefer to eat whatever I make at home. I try to train my children that way, but they are not so cooperative. They do want to eat things from outside. And basically follow a very, very soft way of living. This is sleep at right time, get up at right time, have a shower every day without fail. These are some of the rules that we follow. And my grandfather was a Ayurvedic doctor in a village. And he used to actually go to the forest and pick up jadi booties, the fruits and leaves, etc. And then he used to make medicines and give it to the local people. So that's how I've got the little bit of the roots from Ayurveda. And I don't use a shampoo for my hair. Generally, I don't even, many things it's very natural for me. Only thing I do is coloring my hair, which many people tell me don't color, but I don't know, I do color. So be with nature, and that is Ayurveda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. Stay around. What we'll now do, Professor Ish and Dr. Amrita Sharma, and we'll come to last to both of you because you'll be concluding. And we will start with Professor Shantala. What would you like Healing Our Earth to do to facilitate the alliance of Ayurveda outside India? Should we be doing retreat or a conference or a webinar? Right now, we are actually broadcasting on so many social media. What do you think we ought to be doing, and what kind of projects do you feel we ought to be propagating and promoting? Over to you, Professor Shantala.
The Indian diaspora is something wherein we can do a lot if we can have them included in our project. Like, do you still follow Indian culture and Indian way of living, Indian way of eating, everything, and how much it has helped? Have you ever been taking the insurance that is allowed, or are you able to manage with home remedies and with only Indian food, Indian medicine and all that? So that project should be for us to find out how many people all over the world are still taking Ayurveda, one thing. And the other thing is to see that Ayurveda it was like when we started Ayurveda, it was like people thought you did not get MBBS, so you joined Ayurveda. But it is not like that in every way. So it is not like what it was supposed to be. So it is more intelligent people who have got into Ayurveda, but we need to find out how we can spread it by taking the help of the diaspora, because government of India has given an option that people abroad could come to India and learn Ayurveda on the expertise, on the scholarship of Indian government. So that is ICCR has this project which can be made use of by the Indian diaspora. They are third generation sometimes, and they need to come to India not only to know the roots, to also get to know the Ayurveda, the real Ayurveda, by learning in India. So that is the first thing that we need to do.
Thank you, Professor. You are very succinctly clear that ICCR are willing to promote. If you are willing to take time and go to India and learn the real Ayurveda from the country that actually gave us Ayurveda. So that's one clear point. So let's educate the diaspora, get some statistics, and promote the values that ICCR are very willing to promote. So thank you, Professor Shantala. We move to Germany. Dr. Priyanka, what do you feel Healing Our Earth should be doing to create this alliance of Ayurveda or promote Ayurveda in a different format? Over to you, Dr. Priyanka. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, and the way Dr. Shantala ma'am said, that is really right, that, okay, we should educate the local Indian diaspora, as well as by arranging some conferences where even the locals of different country, if even they can come forward and put their view on. So there are few who are really interested in doing that. If even they come up and share their views, that will be a really great start. And that way we become more, we will accept others as well. And we can progress as well. So, but because it's a healing our earth, so everyone can be, we can be more inclusive in this this way. So even the government of India or even Ayush Ministry, even they want to know what all we are doing in our specific countries where we are practicing at moment. So this will also be a nice phase to show up that, okay, this is how we are going ahead with the locals, including the locals, I feel.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. Dr. Priyanka agrees with Professor Shantala on ICCR's point. She goes further by saying that we should include the indigenous population of the country where we are in, and together with them, maybe we can spread the word faster. And again, we can collect more data and help the Ayush ministry too as well. So good point. Dr. Amrita, please make a note because we'll now make them as a minutes. I am making some notes. We go to Dr. Rakesh in Hungary. Unmute yourself. Oh.
Yes, so I would, of course, continue what the previous speakers have said, that definitely we should include the local community because they are very much interested and they are looking for authentic source of Ayurveda knowledge. And now that this time I have spent here, I have just felt that, okay, this is such a good community, such a good platform where you are bringing very authentic Ayurveda doctors. So one suggestion would be that making a possibility of translating the whole session in the local languages. And for that, the second suggestion is we can take help from Indian embassies in the particular country. So because embassies usually have the translators. So if we ask them that, can you please help us to translate this session, this knowledge will really reach to many people in that country. And then if it goes through embassy, embassy will also promote this session. So that is from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh. A good point.
Very good suggestion.
A good point that let's educate the local within their own language in case if they don't speak English. Let's create assets in different languages and see if we can reach out more people. So I like that point. So we'll keep that point. Now we move to Vaidya Rajan Patankar. If you could just put your video back on and unmute yourself, and if you can unmute as well. Thank you. Over to you, Rajanji. Okay, Rajanji, you are frozen. Can you speak up?
Hello. Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So all the suggestions are great and correct. So my opinion is with all these three speakers, we must educate, or we must educate the common people of those countries in their language. That will be more beneficial. And as said by Dr. Rakesh ji. Yes, if we can translate or if we
Okay, so I think Professor is having a bandwidth problem. I can see here. Professor, can you just mute yourself again? We move on to Professor
if
Ish
you
Sharma.
go for any international seminar or webinar, definitely it will.
Okay, Rajenji, we'll come back to you. I like your idea that we need seminar and webinar and conferences. That is what you say. Please stay on. We might come back to you. Professor Ish Sharma, I love your project. You are actually in transit of delivering a curriculum project from the and with the support of the Ayush Ministry. You are also penetrating the education authorities. You are also training people. So like you and your colleague, Professor Shantala, both of you are very much directly linked with government and education authorities. What would you like to see, Professor? And you are a production part of Healing Our Earth.
Okay, so my suggestions will be as three speakers suggested about organizing a retreat. And Neil, we have been discussing for last 1 year, and I have been welcoming you all to Mauritius for a retreat. So I repeat my offer to you. You all are welcome to Mauritius. We'll be having a small retreat. We'll be asking the Ministry of Ayush for a grant. They have a provision for like rupees 15 lakhs, which they can spare if we systematically ask them for a grant. So if at all you like, if we have to spend something from our pocket, then we should be ready for it, and we can be having a nice interaction, because seeing would be more believing. You know, we will be beyond e-friends. As myself, I'm a VF, like virtual friend to Professor Shantala. That's how we know each other. We have never met, unfortunately. So one retreat is my one suggestion. Second would be, we have been really talking substance for last like 1 year. Neil, we have been very concrete, very creative. Now this is high time to convert this talking into like a fruitifying it. We have to extend, HOE has to extend consultations to general public. You have got like 50 Ayurveda doctors with you. So there can be a patient coming to you with terms and conditions, not bypassing the regular medicine. You can refer the patient to Professor Shantala, Amrita, Rakesh, and maybe Dr. Priyanka, Patankarji is there. So small consultation, because when we connect to the patient, that will be more believing. We do not bypass like seeing online. We do not say, okay, stop everything, take my medicine, I am the magician. No, we just support them. That will be more believing. This is my second option. Please extend consultations to as many people as possible. The third would be a letter to the governments, very rightly brought up by Dr. Rakesh, through embassies, letter to the Ministry of Ayush and to your local governments, so that we can systematize Ayurveda, we can institutionalize it as much as possible. We have to keep banging. They might not listen to us. We cannot be demotivated. Oh, they did not reply my 3 emails. It's okay. We'll send 30 more. You know, someday they will listen to us, I believe. And then I can only tell what I did. I believe dietetics can be the right start because it is non-controversial, it is non-medicinal. So we all should be pitching to our governments a very simplistic diet plan. I'll give you my experience. When I was sitting with the doctors from the Ministry of Education, and they were questioning me over everywhere. Why do you want to include this? Why do you want to include that? What is Viruddhahara? I had to delete many things because I said, okay, let's start rolling. I can. It was a typical bargain, a negotiation. Okay, let's keep this, delete that, keep this, delete that. You know, then we came to final. We were on the same page, and I said, okay, let's start. We'll be complicating, or we will be upgrading the concepts later on. Let's get rolling in first place. So we all have to reach to our respective governments, and we should tell them, okay, we are not against any system. Allopathy is wonderful. We just want to add some Ayurveda dietetics for you, which are very simplistic, proven by the Western research. I believe that will be the most non-controversial, and this will be the like first footing, maybe a first step on that eventual ladder to recognition in every country. Neilji.
Sure. Professor, how well, how simply, but how categorically put. So I love you are also saying that, hey, look, we can apply for the grant. We can go for referrals and consultations because we've got not 50, we actually got more than 150. We've not added everybody on the group. We extend consultation, let's bombard the ministries of the country where you are and also copy them to Ayush ministry as well, Ayush in India. And as you say, if they don't reply the first time and the second time and the third time and the 10th time, at some point, they have to acknowledge the thing if we copy it to the right people. So I agree with that. I love the idea of the diet plan because if you notice, today I was very keen to say what should you eat and what ought you not eat and everything. So we come to a very simple point. I'm going to come back to you because you have said what in industry we call a quantum. You've given a quantum, you've given what you know very passionately. You spoke passionately about it. Almost you said, hey, God damn it, let's do it now. And I agree with you. It's the time now to set up a calendar and actually move. And I will then propose what we will do. Just before we do that, Professor, hang round. Let's go to Dr. Amrita Sharma. What are your wishes? You're part of Healing Our Earth now in a very senior way. You are very contributing, and thanks to Professor Ish Sharma who introduced you to us and also the Professor Shantala as well, and that's why he's the producer. Dr. Amrita, what would you like healing to facilitate or harness the alliance of Ayurveda?
Actually, what I had been listening to over the years, as well as finding now, if we see Ayurveda is not just about Ayurveda people to know, but there are so many people who are interested in the field of Ayurveda, who are Ayurveda enthusiasts. And I would like to involve interdisciplinary approach as well, which is like we have Dr. Lakshmi. She is so good into an environmental stuff, and there's so much of incorporation of different subjects that can be done with which Ayurveda can be authentified. And a couple of minutes ago, I just had a talk with Dr. Meenal, who is a conventional doctor and energy healer as well from Master Delpe. And she's pretty much interested in Ayurveda, and there's so many people who are interested. So basically taking up those words and having a get together in a form of an in-person presence will make up an alliance that is of an integrated group of people who believe in healing and holistic approach that can put on the footnote of the concepts that are very clear, as Professor Ish has mentioned and Shantala ma'am has mentioned. And so taking up those subjects and working step on step on that would be very good to make people showcase the real virtue of Ayurveda, the concepts as well as the issues, because Ayurveda has not been shown. We are scattered in lagoons actually, so we need to make an ocean together. And because we are separately talking in every country and people are in every country are separately practicing, their problems and issues are not being discussed at one platform. We need to integrate, join hands together, and that can only be done when we make up an effort to form an alliance that will work on integrative way with a protocol of timeline. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor.
Professor Amrita Sharma, how wonderfully put. Again, passionate about it. You mentioned Dr. Meenal from Philippines, and she was listening in a social media, and she's actually signed into the Zoom. Let's remind everybody that we are actually streaming live on many social media platforms and channel partners, and we are actually discussing this matter openly to the globe. Wherever you are listening, you've got the WhatsApp number, you will be directly connected to me. Let's grow our family. Now, this is what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose.
Sorry, please. Sorry to interrupt. We have Dr. Meenal. I just stopped her from logging out. She won't be turning on her video, but I would like to have her thoughts because she is an MBBS doctor as well as a nephrologist and energy medicine healer. So if we can have her, that will be nice.
So she is unmuted.
Dr. Meenal, please, your thoughts on that and today's conversation. Over to you. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Amrita and everyone, the esteemed guests from Healing of Earth. I'm grateful and I'm really fortunate to be part of Healing of Earth. And I was listening to many of the talks, and I was like really excited, and I really wanted to learn more about Ayurveda, how it works. Of course, because of my roots in India, I know many things about Ayurveda, but that is not sufficient, I think, to know it like, really how it works. But since I am in energy medicine now, so I understand the concept. Is just that the way you I mean you deal in Ayurveda is very different, because you really focus on Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, which is something which I have to learn, which I'm not very good at it. But yes, as far as all the koshas are concerned, we are actually dealing in energy medicine also. And we really focus on, like, of course, you have to correct your food, you have to correct your diet, and of course, you have to take what is good for, like, what kind of personality based on the body type. But we cannot ignore the emotional and mental makeup of a person, and also one's alignment. I think Ayurveda in essence also talks about it, but I'm not sure. I mean, this is my question to esteemed guests, that are you really focusing on emotions and mental aspects, and like, spiritual connection and karma? Because what I have learned after I joined energy medicine, I actually like realized that these things are very important and cannot be ignored. So this is my question to all of you, since I don't know much about Ayurveda, but that are you really covering these aspects, or is it like, do you really touch it, or is it like, because not many do it. Like I haven't seen many Ayurveda practitioners. They just focus on the diet based on the body type. So,
Thank you.
Dr. Amrita, can you just enlighten me?
Thank you, Dr. Minal. Dr. Minal is so dedicated. It's gone past 1 o'clock in Philippines, and she's still there, and she works very hard, and will answer to you in detail. Yes, we do have integrated health, where we bring every aspect. We bring yoga, meditation, spirituality, holistic, every form of integrated health that cannot be ignored, and we are trying to promote that, because particularly what happened in pandemic, after that, a lot of governments have started working up to see what it is. So very good question you posed. Right now, we're talking about Ayurveda and Alliance. So we'll come back to you in detail in an integrated health program. Let's propose something right now. Professor Ish, you've said it in a quantum way. So I think we should actually all plan that even if people pay for their flight tickets and make their way to Mauritius, let us find a ground handling partners, either local community, hotel, or organization, to keep them for a while and provide conference facilities. So if people make their flight arrangements into Mauritius, from there on, the ground handlers can maybe help us, and we create a nice steering committee that can actually help flourish the idea that we have got. That will be very nice. So what we will do, from here, we'll try to make up a notes and a minutes that we will share with a lot of people who are not here and very senior on Healing Our Earth. Let's plan a get together, and with the help of the local ground handlers, with our producer, Professor Ish Sharma, who said, come, I'll take you to the school, I'll show you the project, I'll actually make you meet the students, maybe the ministry people. And we have also got other people in Mauritius who are directly connected to the ministries and the government over there. Let's get the media involved and following us. So let's create a minutes, create a little memorandum, nothing make it, like government level and a red tape and nothing like that, in a simplistic form, how we are together. Meanwhile, let us get something going. Let us make a simple digital compendium, a very simple thing that we can change very fast, because digital doesn't cost money. All it costs is your expertise, which you are already there. You can each become a writer and an author in your sector over there. We create a nice digital Ayurveda compendium, that anybody, any ministry on the earth can use, any school can use, anybody can use in a membership format. And that same thing, once approved in English, can be translated into any other language, which will be very fast to do, because if the English is approved, the rest is just rolling out into different language. I think we can be the offshoots of the Ayush ministry, which is in India particularly, and it was one of the first one. And they are the first one to launch a wellness well-being center in Jamnagar with the WHO, the president of the WHO and the Prime Minister of India. Well, let's propagate that through to the local parliamentarians of our each respective country, and let us tout the media who've got influence. And let's not fight with the pharma company. Let's get them involved. We don't fight. What Ish says, we don't fight. If they don't respond, we make them our friends. So let us set up a memorandum to see, even we are not in a rush, even within 6 months, and January or February, it would be very nice to have a holiday in Mauritius. We can also have community. We've got local temples, local organizations who are there, who would actually welcome us. So let's find a ground handlers to help us. We just provide our flight and maybe just basic costs, and then create a nice conference, webinars, seminars, exhibitions where how we can move forward. Meanwhile, all of us, let's start putting our Ayurveda knowledge into this digital platform where we create a mini portal, which can be the actual Gita of Ayurveda. In a simple term, what I'm trying to say. Anybody should say, you want to know about Ayurveda in this country? Go here. Which language? Select your language. Put it, okay, we understand. It is very simple. It is saying that don't throw away your medicine and your doctor's advice, but try this because this hasn't got any side effects, okay? Or this doesn't cause any harm. Whatever you guys decide. So now, us lot who are live here and people listening to us on social media, let's have an allegiance pledge to each other, then let's move towards creating a nice alliance that goes in a digital platform, because without digital we are out. Let us plan, and Ish, you can suggest whether tail end of January or beginning of February, and let's announce the dates. And those who come, even if 3 people come, doesn't matter, because 3 becomes 300 later.
Okay. The weather in Mauritius is like all 12 months is wonderful. February is the only month when we should not be traveling to Mauritius because of so many, like the weather is very unpredictable and flights can be cancelled. So, but from February, all 11 months are wonderful. If you are in Mauritius, then February also is excellent. And I can assure you one thing, the government supports or not, I can house like 15 persons like on my own. So you surely will not have to spend for your accommodation, and we'll cook together. So be my guest, not an issue at all. So
now
you are number one.
Ish, what an offer you are making. Now nobody can make an excuse that, hey, look, we will have this problem, that problem. And Ish, coming back about cooking, our own kitchen producers, Seema and Kiran, have actually volunteered there. Our own yoga experts. One of them is listening from Kenya here, which is not very far, and Indian Ocean is not very far. We actually have a lot of people who are interested. And then there are other people who are there who can put us up in a social way, which is even better, because living with family, eating with family, breathing with family will give you the real perspective of what we should be going. Ish, carry on.
Yeah, that's also welcome once again. And I'll initiate this grant thing from the Ministry of Ayush. So maybe like I take a window of like 4 to 6 months, maybe 4 months, and I ask them for a grant like 15-20 lakhs of rupees. And let's say if they can turn me down, then Professor Shantala will propose a grant to them.
She is with us. She is with us. We are on chat almost every day. We would just discuss any points. She's the one who has helped produce this episode today. It was her idea, and she said, I told her, I want basic stuff. And he says, Neil, how about we do that? We bring our basic expertise and also find out what is the scenario in each country. And from their moment, she only had to tell me once, and I'm sure she will vouch now, that we actually did it. So at Healing Our Earth, we move fast. We don't have a boat to go to. We agree right now. So this is what I propose. Whoever is over here, right? we become a part of the board. Dr. Amrita, just make a note of who is present here. Let's create a mini board. Let's agree. Maybe January is better because everybody's Christmas stuff is finished. Maybe we select from after the Valentine's Day, a couple of days after there. We plan either a 10 or a 14-day itinerary where we can finish actual conclusive work. We can maybe even invite somebody from the Ayush ministry. We get the local even ministers like Ish, you are already in touch with Sanjay, which I have not really propagated till we got a project going. We got Meena Ben in Kenya. So we got East Africa diaspora with us. We'll also invite them. They are local to us. And maybe Uganda or Kenya's minister come and pop in and give us a lecture and say, do we have your support? Can we fly into your country? Ish, you have nailed it on the head. And I think a big round of applause to Ish because he is passionate about what he's saying. So this is what is proposed, okay, from Healing Our Earth, and this is done. Healing Our Earth will mediate and facilitate this thing, what we call as a digital platform to educate anybody, whether it's a school, education authority, media, pharma, or the local parliamentarians. So the language we will use is just like a white paper, okay? So it's something they can print and present into their parliament. If some of you don't know, we have got other people who are not present over here. I will include them. And Ish, what we do, literally within 4 weeks, we have a private Zoom session where we call everybody and we tell them, your responsibility is this field, yours is this field, yours is that field. From there on, we actually move. And Healing Our Earth is ours. It doesn't belong to a person, it belongs to Earth. That's why the name is Healing Our Earth. Each one of you are part of Healing Our Earth, now and forever. If anything happens and you are absent for a while, don't worry. It's your home. You don't need a key. Just walk in, put your feet up, relax, and like Ish said, we will even cook together. We will chat together. We will sing together. What more do we want? Mauritius is a lovely country. So can I have just hands up if everybody agree with our proposal? Just put your hand up. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody has put their hands up. So this motion is carried. Amrita, just make a minute. I will then check it out and I'll make some points for you. I love you all people. We will not take any more time of any one of you over here. Amrita, if you can go and now give us a nice mantra before we say goodbye to everybody. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you, Neelji. So it was a very fruitful and good discussion of today's session. And it, I think with the kind of topics we all have discussed as well as said, Neelji, under his umbrella, things would run really well and smooth and we can move ahead step by step. So let's pray for that.
So, Dr. Amrita, just one correction, and you are a very nice soul. Not under his umbrella, under our umbrella, because our umbrella has got lots of spikes. I may just be the handle, but you are the chuck, all of you. You are the one who make it happen. I am just the lucky one who is present. Ish, for those who don't know, he just came because a friend from Mauritius introduced him. Just 3 weeks later, Ish, you are becoming a host. Neil, I don't do hosting. Yes, you do. You are very good. Okay, he came, he started host. 3 weeks later, I said, Ish, you are the producer now. Let's get going. And one of the person he had affinity was Professor Shantala over there. And then, of course, everybody over here. So this is our platform. And remember one thing at Healing Our Earth, it's just pure love, harmony, liberty, unity, just unite everybody. So our motion is passed. We are going to create a digital platform that can be the library for anybody to use in any language, because that will not cost us money. All it means is hosting. Well, Healing Our Earth will create a forward URL, which will be Ayurveda on a membership and will be open. We'll set it up very fast. So yes, it's our platform. And for all of us, Amrita, a nice mantra. Over to you.
Thank you, Neelji. Okay. Om Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam.